What's up, chat? What's up, you guys? What's up? What's up? I I'm standing. You guys like never see me standing. You guys don't even know how tall I am. I'm really fucking tall. Like 6 foot tall, you guys. I wonder who's taller though, me or just a minx? Oh no, I gotta log in back into Restream. What's going on? Okay. Oh my god. You guys could see that in the camera. Jeez. I gotta like log in again. I hate it when it logs me out. Like, why did it log me out? Can I log in through the browser? I don't remember my password. Oh no. Hey guys, do you remember my password that I told you? I told you my password, right? That's how I keep my passwords ready. I tell my Twitch chat. There's so few of you that it's pretty secure. I kid. I don't really give away my password to Twitch chat. But I really do have no viewers. I really do. That's not a lie. You guys, I feel like more productive already. I feel like more active. I feel like I can like... Ready, round one, fight! Don't want to bounce around too much, okay? I got booba. I'm wearing like 3 shirts, okay? I keep my streams separated, okay? This is the kind of content where I wear like regular shirts. Although you can still see my booba. Okay, so, you know, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But I can't seem to log in to Restream. The chat client. I'll get some music for you guys while we wait. Welcome to the lobby. Uh-oh. Gotta move this. Definitely gonna have to move this out of the way. should be fine. Wow. Okay. Well, either way, we're good to go. I just need to, I would really like to be able to log in to Restream chat. Well, you know what's going on? Also gotta reload. So that. Ah! What happened? Oh. Oh, it was reloading the Twitter icon. You see that? The whole stream froze. We're in the Matrix. Maybe I can like reset my password again. It's like I reset my password every single time I have to re-log in. Like, what the heck? I know what I can do. Doesn't work. Oh, that's what it was. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have guessed that. I should have guessed. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all along. Same as my luggage. What are we doing? Being dumbass. We're being a dumbass, okay? Welcome. I don't know if this is the final angle that I'm gonna have. It's not a great angle. That's the only problem, is I can't really figure out the angle, because if I'm too close, you guys just see my angle. It's a weird angle. But if I'm far away, it's good. But still, like, it's still not perfect. Because, like, if I'm looking at the monitor, it's not really that great. I don't know. Is it? Is it terrible? Maybe. I should get better at, like, talking to the camera, though. Like, seriously. Because I shouldn't be talking to a monitor. I should be talking to a camera. Like a professional. Like, what the hell is this thing? What the hell? What is this thing called professional actress? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't even know. Eventually, there's a lot of stuff I can workshop, you know? I can workshop so many different things, but I'm going to talk in therapy about this with my therapist. I'm going to talk about how I can break things down into more specific details. And that'll help my writing, but mostly I think it's because, like, you know, with my mental health, like, I just kind of generalize a lot, and it's a real thing. It's a real thing. I was actually watching a talk on it from a psychologist the other day. on YouTube, and he was talking about how, like, he would ask his patients who were depressed, because it was on depression. He would ask his depressed patients, tell him, like, a homework assignment. And the homework assignment was, tell me how to take a shower. And I shower every day, you guys. Okay, shut up. But he would tell his patients to do some homework. And that was, describe to me how to take a shower. And they would say, lather, rinse, but it's like, okay, well, how do you go into the shower? Like, how do you open the door? How do you turn on the water? What do you do while you're waiting for the water to heat up? How do you step into the shower? What objects are in the shower? How do you, and it would be a good writing exercise, and I want to do that. We might do that today on stream, but I might not. I might not. We might just be chilling. Okay, but I got like a writing desk. Okay, and it's super cool. I even set up, like, for my non-computer writing, I use my laptop desk I've had for a while. Stole from my dad, but he didn't use it anymore. He hasn't used it in years. Many years. Like, he used it 10 years ago. And then I had to wash it. It was all fucked up, and he's got this special access port that you don't want to know about. But I put my journal on it, and I have an extra light, but not a extra light. And I would write in my journal, and I can just do it standing up. Like Ernest Hemingway. That guy had a standing desk. I think Winston Churchill used a standing desk. A lot of people use standing desks, and it's not because it's a fad. It's because it makes you more likely to be active. And especially when you're writing. You want to be active in the world, right? You can't just be a writer, just sit. I know that there's the stereotype of the writer just sitting in their bedroom, typing. And yeah, that's part of it. But writers are people of the earth. They meet people, they interact with people. It's very social. Writing, obviously some people are different, obviously. But to me, writing is a direct connection to the world that we live in. And in order to write, you have to understand the world. You have to interact with the world. And so that's why, I see writing as a much more active process. Really sadly, I can't do anything about my shoulders. Okay, not doing any radical surgeries. Okay, I'm not gonna remove a rib like those crazy people. Those are not recognized safe surgeries. Okay, I'm doing some safe surgeries. I'm doing stuff on my face. I'm doing stuff on my V. Okay, that's all we're doing. I'm actually getting an eye exam at the end of the month. Because I can't see. No, because I gotta get an eye exam. I'm diabetic, and so they gotta do they gotta make sure I don't have retinopathy or whatever. And maybe I'll get glasses. I don't know. I look pretty sexy with glasses. That's more copium, though. That's I would prefer not to have to wear glasses. But if I need to wear glasses, I will, of course. I'm pretty sure I actually am supposed to be wearing glasses. I just haven't had glasses in many years. But I'm getting that taken care of. I'm going to get my eyes checked. And maybe I'll get some good glasses. And I'll be sexy. Okay, what is going on? I'm just trying to take in the new setup. Okay, like I have a lot more space in here. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy how much more space I have. I feel like S-Fan. Well, he, you know, I have a lot less space than he does, but you know, don't even have a. Like, not even here. Like, I don't know, my chair broke. That's the main reason why I got... No, I got a replacement chair on the way. I took off the, like, back of my chair, and so underneath my desk I have, like, just the bottom of the chair until I can get until my new chair comes. Because I have a new chair coming. A cheaper one, a non-gaming one. Just a regular office chair, okay? Boring. Okay, but I got the standing desk and we can do a lot. I'm gonna actually try to use this like a lot more than the chair. Like a lot more. I want to get active. You know, I'm not gonna run an Ironman, but I'm gonna get more active. I need to get my blood sugar, like, you know, it's already doing really well, but I need to get my A1C less than 7%, okay? Because I want to kick these surgeries ass, okay? I want to be like super healthy. Super healthy. Okay, I want to be super healthy. Like Super Saiyan, but super healthy. Okay. I wonder if I'm gonna get retweeted by some standing desk companies. And they like scrape Twitter for everything that says standing desk. Or, you know, then there's some hate bots that like every time that somebody mentions a standing desk on Twitter, they retweet it and reply, "Standing desks are a scam. This is why you have to buy my desk. Because standing desks are a scam, and you have to buy mine. That's ergonomically designed for sitting." Because, you know, for only 10 easy payments of $99.95, you yourself can get a ergonomic, non-standing sitting desk. Okay, if Soda Poppin was watching, he'd be freaking out. He's scared of women. He's scared of women. Because he doesn't, you never know if a nip's gonna slip out. Okay, well, you know, tip of the iceberg, okay? Like, it's part of being a woman. I can't just take my shirt off. Okay, guys can do that. I had to sacrifice some things to be myself, you guys. In order to medically be a woman, I mean, socially I already was, but, you know, in order to medically be a woman, like, I had to sacrifice a few things, okay? Like, I gained a few things, you know? I also sacrificed some things down there, okay? But that's good, though. For me, it's good. For a cisgender person, it would be a freaking nightmare, okay? If a cisgender person got the surgeries that I'm getting, like, they would be... that would be torture for them. It's just funny how, like, one thing is torture for another person, but for me, it's, like, something that I seek out and need. It's kind of interesting how that works out, like... you know, I feel so much better, and, you know, my stitches are almost healing up. I'm doing great. And in a few months, I'm gonna be having my face surgified, and you know, I'm gonna be all. This is gonna be me for a few months. Okay, in a few months, I'm gonna have a surgery on my face, and this is gonna be me for a few months. Maybe not that. Maybe not that, but something like that. Okay. Let me see if the audio is okay. Let me just test it really quick. Testing, 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 testing. Testing. Testing, testing, testing. All right, you guys. Testing, testing, testing. All right, you guys. Yeah, it is a little bit messed up, but if I bring this out here, maybe it's better now. Maybe. Yeah, it is a little bit messed up, but if I bring this out here, maybe it's better now. Maybe. Okay. You know. Maybe. You know. Testing. It's a little bit messed up, but if I bring this out here, maybe it's better now. Maybe. Okay. You know. Maybe. You know. Testing. It's testing. I'm gonna have to move this, I think. It's gonna be annoying. I'm gonna have to move this, I think. Because it means that if I want to convert from standing to sitting, I have to do this every time. It's gonna be, but it's okay. Because it means that if I want to convert from standing to sitting, I have to do this every time. But it's okay. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Oh. Yikes. You know what I can do? I could frickin' set this down. Could even mute it, but that would not be funny. How am I gonna do this? Oh. Yikes. You know what I can do? I could frickin' set this down. Could even mute it, but that would not be funny. How am I gonna do this? Oh. You know what I can do? I could frickin' set this down. Could even mute it, but that would not be funny. How am I gonna do this? Okay. You see, this is also fucked up. I need to get like a new one eventually. Maybe I should already. Get a better arm. Because my arm is fucked up. Okay. You see, this is also fucked up. I need to get like a new one eventually. Maybe I should already. Get a better arm. Because my arm is fucked up. Okay. You see, this is also fucked up. I need to see, that's the problem, is it like... See, that's the problem, is it like... There. Might be better. Okay. Wow. You guys, I think that might be better. There. Might be better. Okay. Wow. You guys, I think that might be better. It is better, but it's not as great. How about that? Well, you know, testing. It is better, but it's not as great. How about that? Well, you know, testing. It is better, but it's not as great. Well, you know, testing. It is better, but it's not as great. This is a pain in the ass. Okay, I think we got something better. Oh God, it's a pain in the ass. Okay. Okay. I think that's much better. I think it's better. It's better. I think it's better. Is it better? I think it's better. Ass. Okay. I think that's much better. I think it's better. It's better. I think it's better. Is it better? I think it's better. Ass. Okay. I think that's much better. I think it's better. It's better. I think it's better. Is it better? I think it's better. Testing. 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 Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Testing. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I think that's better. That's a much better balance, I think. Okay. Well, how are we gonna do this thing? What are we doing? How are we even doing? What are we doing today? We're going what now? That's a much better balance, I think. Okay. Well, how are we gonna do this thing? What are we doing? How are we even doing? What are we doing today? We're going what now? Yeah, I just don't even. I don't think there's ever an issue really. I think most of the time I worry about a lot of stuff, and it's really not something I need to worry about. I just got to do my thing. Did you get the converter yet? Yes, I am standing. Don't you see? I can jump. Yeah, I love it. Yes, I got it. Game of Thrones. No, it's a Game of Thrones standing converter. It's a Game of Thrones standing desk converter. It's themed. It has a giant throne of swords. It really hurts, actually. When I try to set it up, like, I cut up my hand like a bajillion places. Okay, I'm still trying to find out where to put the mic. Still, I really love this thing. I'm gonna get so much work done. In fact, I'm probably never even really gonna convert it back down. like I'm probably just gonna keep it standing, because, like, you know, if I am getting another chair. My chair broke. And my standing converter came first. The chair is coming next. But you know, it's like I feel like I need to be more active. I need to, like. There's no reason for me to be sitting all the time, and it's bad for my health, because I need to be more active. I need to get my diabetes under control, and if we're gonna get to this Iron Man, Oh shit, I don't think I can do an Ironman anytime soon. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you right now, like I'm going to be going through surgeries. I gotta get my diabetic A1C to like 7% or lower. It's already in January. It went from 9.8 to 8.8. But I changed a lot of my. I started living a lot healthier. Start like at that time. So it's like, it's probably even lower. So I'm gonna be taking the test again, probably next week, to check my A1C, or maybe a few weeks. I don't know. You know, but I don't think I'm gonna be running an Ironman, doing triathlon or whatever. You know, I mean, what is it? 1.2 mile swim, 56 mile bike. That already is like insane. Like even riding 4 miles right now on a bike is a lot for me. I have not rode a bike in years. Okay. And then a 13.1 mile run. Like just any one of these things on their own is already too much for me. But you know, the thing about Ironman is that you work your way up to that. And so, first of all, I love swimming. I absolutely love swimming. If I had access to a pool, I would swim like 4 or 5 days a week. I don't think you want to do it too much. I think maybe 3 days a week would probably be ideal, because you know, if I didn't want to overdo it. But if I would swim like every day if I could. I love swimming, and for a while I almost was, you know, when I was, you know, testosterone filled, I wanted to pursue, you know, swimming in the college. I was like really working it hard. I was like, this might be my window into university. I might get a scholarship. Like I was doing that. But I couldn't really handle it. A lot of things. I can't handle a lot of things that I want to do. But it doesn't mean I can't do it. It means that it's just have to work a little harder. And it means that I'm going to have to try to do things on a different kind of timeline than most people. That's what I've been learning about my autism issues, okay? Like, it means that I can't just jump into things, even though that's what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to just go start swimming, start biking, start running. But no, I got to do like one little thing at a time. Standing desk. That's a start, right? Doing yoga like I've been doing. Doing the headstand yoga, which I won't be able to do for a while after I get my facial surgery. So I'm gonna have to figure out a different exercise. But it's a good thing that I'm already getting started being more active. You know, even though standing is still not super active, I'm more likely to be active. I'm already up. I'm already moving. Okay, so it's like when I'm working on my writing, or when I'm, you know, talking to you guys here on stream, like I'm much more active. And so that's way better than just sitting. And you know, people say standing desks is a scam or whatever. I don't think it is at all. Because people are like, oh, you know, if you're standing all day. Well, it's not about standing all day. It's about you're putting yourself in a position where you're more likely to do a variety of activities. You want to do a variety of activities. You don't want to just do the same thing all day. So if all you did was literally stand all day, it would almost be just as bad as sitting. But you know, you notice how like I'm moving around. You know, I'm you know, you can do like marching in place. You know, that you're more likely to go out and walk around. If I had a water cooler, I'd be more likely to go to the water cooler and talk and do all sorts of different activities, you know? I still need to figure out, this might be the right angle. I don't know. This might be the right angle. The problem is, it's like, I don't know. I just feel really weird about the mic sound. It should be fine though. It's not insane, okay? And I can get really close and we can do ASMR. Okay. Yeah, we can do some ASMR, okay? Welcome. I can't pull off Amaranth, okay? She's a queen. She's a queen. Okay, you can't just, I don't know. You know, I think she's trying to set up an environment so women everywhere can be empowered. I think that's what she's trying to do. Like she's trying to set up, like, you know, so that she's not the only one who's successful, right? Like, I think she really does care. I think she really does care about all the other women out there struggling, just trying to get make a name for ourselves. Especially as trans people, okay? Like, geez, like if it's hard enough being a woman trying to get discovered, imagine being also trans. Okay, like it's like playing Dark Souls if you ramped up the difficulty like 10 times. So if there was like a Dark Souls Insane Edition, that's what being transgender is. Especially a trans woman, okay? Because society kind of wants you to be testosterone. So if somebody takes testosterone, they're going to be all like manly, and they're going to have like a beard, and they're going to have a deeper voice. And, you know, sadly, estrogen doesn't change your voice, but testosterone changes your voice. So see, men get life hacks, okay? So if you're trans men, you're like, your voice goes deeper and you get hair, and then people respect you more, especially if you bald. Because a lot of trans men will start balding, and then they're like happy because they're like gendered correctly. So, I don't want to say like it's easier. The grass always seems easier on the other side. It's difficult for everyone on this planet, not just trans people, not just women, and you know, trans people in general, not just trans women. Okay, trans men have a really difficult time in this world, but I can make jokes, can I? We got to get through this life somehow, and sometimes making jokes helps us get through. You know, especially since this is kind of this is an area I can make jokes about because I'm transgender. No, it's not like that. It's really just because I'm a little bit more aware of the things that we go through, and I think I don't know. Sometimes I have a hard time making jokes because I don't want to be insensitive, because let's face it, like, we face a lot of discrimination, and also the suicide rate is really fucking high. Okay, and so it's like trans people, we're really fucking sensitive. Okay, like, but I also think the path forward is to get rid of that. We need to get tougher skin, and I think we're getting to a place where we can start building that, because for the longest time we didn't have an environment where we could do that. But I think the social environment that we're in now, it's starting to get to a point where we can start growing a thicker skin. And that's good progress. That's really good progress for trans people, because we should be just like everyone else. We should be allowed to be dumbasses. We should be allowed to like look bad. You know, because there's people who look bad, you know, there's people who commit crimes who are trans. You know, it boggles my mind why you would do something to get yourself in prison, maybe so that they can get surgery. You know what's really fucked up? Hey, Space Ducks. You know what's really fucked up is that in some states, it's easier to get access to gender confirming surgeries if you're in prison. And that's fucked up. And you know, there's been cases of people, not just trans people, there's been cases of people in the United States who weren't able to get health care, even though they had life-threatening diseases or life-threatening conditions, but they went to prison so that they could get health care. Can you, like, what kind of country do we live in? Like, what kind of country do we live in where going to prison is a good option if you need health care? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Is everybody on cocaine? Like what the fuck? But luckily I'm here in California, and you know, even though I'm poor, ironically, it gives me the best insurance I could possibly have for getting gender confirming care. So The only price is I have to live in poverty. But eventually I'll be done with these surgeries and I'll be able to start. And also the thing is I actually am disabled. So it gives me a lot of time. Like over the next like couple of years, I'm building skills. I'm building skills with my therapist. So that I can be a better functioning member of society, because I don't want to just be disabled for the rest of my life. First of all, I don't want to live in poverty the rest of my life. But second of all, I don't want to just leech off of the government my whole life. I want to build something for myself. I want to build something really big. I want to build something really big. I don't, obviously whether I can do that or not is kind of up to the fates, you know, whatever. But also, I believe I can put in the work and I can build the skills and I can get myself out of poverty eventually. But right now, I can't really do that, sadly. Unless I suddenly, if I suddenly got like $1 million, that would change a few things. But that's probably not going to happen, okay? Like honestly. But if suddenly, like, what if there was some kind of like, you know, crazy ass campaign that like all the top streamers on the platform raised up like $1 million each and then decided to put like 80% of that money into Rebecca Lauren. Well, then I'd be all set. I'd be able to get insurance to pay for my surgeries. But I would need a lot of money. Like if I just got like a little bit. Like, if I just got a little bit of money, enough to get me out of poverty, I would actually be screwed. Because I would lose my SSI benefits, I would lose my surgeries. So unless I'm ready to take it to the next level, like, I have to go up like 5 levels. Like, in one fell swoop. If it were right now. Now, if it were a couple of years from now and I've already had my surgeries, I can go the regular climbing path again. But you know, luckily I don't have to just sit here idly. You know, I'm building skills in therapy. I'm building skills personally. Like, I'm finishing my novel. I'm writing short stories. I'm gonna publish those to a blog. I can make YouTube videos. You know, it's really daunting. It's really daunting. Hey, Joey. As messy as this looks, as messy as all this looks, this is actually as basically as organized as it can get. But yeah, you know, I'm working on a lot. I'm working on a lot. How much is your FFS going to cost? It's going to cost nothing because I have partnership. Because I'm disabled and I'm in poverty. I'm going to refill my water. And I'm gonna have some more yogurt. Medicaid, it's Medi-Cal partnership. It's actually like the best insurance that you can have for gender confirming care. It's really great. It saved my life. It saved my life. honestly. I would have never been able to get, like, I would have had to, not only would I have had to climb out of poverty, I would then also have to save up insane amounts of money. It would have taken an extra 10 or 15 years. It would have taken an extra 10 or 15 years. I probably would not have made it. I would not have made it. And so it saved my life. Most people have to wait like decades, you know, in the past. Now insurance covers it. And still, insurance can be expensive. And this country is really fucked up. Like, life-saving procedures. These are life-saving procedures. But I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about that no more, okay? I don't have to worry about that anymore. I'm doing great. I'm covered. And as my therapist reminds me, if I started making money, then I would just switch to a new insurance and it would be fine. It's a couple different procedures. The doctor explained it to me really well, but I'm not a doctor. I probably couldn't really explain it too well. You know, I have a really good, I have a really good, understanding, you know, I have a really good face, okay, like, but, you know, like, there's some things over here, most of it's gonna be over here. There's a little bit of stuff that's gonna happen here, and with my nose, but most of it's up here, because the biggest things are my brow. It's a little scary, but, apparently, I don't know how to, I have, I guess, congenital hypoplasia, which he said, I think that's what he meant. It's an underdeveloped sinus, which actually might be a good thing, because he said 5% of people don't have a fully developed sinus, and I think I'm one of those 5% of people, so it means I don't have to get like a plate in my head or something. I don't know. I may be completely wrong. Okay, don't quote me on this. Brow ridge reduction and rhinoplasty and like forehead reduction. There's a couple things going on with here, and there's going to be a little bit of contouring, but not much, because I have really good cheekbones. Like that's like I got a really good. He said he had a really good start. Is what he said. You know, if the doctor is excited, I should be happy. Okay, like like the doctor's like, you know, like, I mean, I don't even know what it's like to be a doctor, or, you know, but if I wanted to imagine, it's kind of like being an artist, like for their level, you know, they do so many people, you know, like, I don't know. Either way, it'll go fine. It'll be a bitch and a half to recover, but it'll be over with. And whatever the results, I'm gonna be happy with, because it's something. It's something different. And the vast majority of people who get these surgeries are pretty satisfied with the results. And judging by the pictures I've seen, the before and afters, you know, at the clinic, like, it's really good. Like, it's really good. I'm going to be very happy. And if I'm not happy with it completely, at least I'm happier. So, and I'm not going to go back and get more. Fuck that. Like, you know, like, I'm basically just, I'm let Jesus steer the wheel, okay? Like honestly, like, I never thought in a million years I would be able to get vaginoplasty, let alone facial surgery, and I'm getting both, okay? I just have to put up with some waiting, okay? Like, that's about it. And it is a pain in the ass, and it makes me feel very selfish, because some people will wait, like I said, decades trying to save up money from a job that they're, you know, barely making ends meet in. And I can't do that. I can't work. And I don't have the skills yet to get myself to that place. I'm building those skills in therapy. And so it's going to take a lot longer for me to do it the old way. And so luckily we live in a compassionate world that understands that these are life-saving surgeries. And so I'm going to get them. And, you know, I happen to have gotten lucky. I feel like God answered my prayers. That's what it feels like. You know, I'm not very religious, but I do have spirituality in me, and it's not the same God that people talk about in church. Okay, it's not like a set of, like, you know, Bibles or whatever. It's a personal relationship, and I feel like no matter what religion you are, I feel like whatever you have spiritually is always a personal relationship. And I don't think anybody has any business telling other people that theirs is right or wrong. Like, I feel like we should just leave each other the fuck alone and just let people have their own personal God, okay? Like, but I do feel like God answered my prayers. That is exactly what it feels like. Yeah, you know, that's all technical, you know, all the stuff about surgeries, you know, all that, you know, that's all medical stuff. It'll be over eventually, and I won't have to worry about it anymore. And that's the goal. That's the goal. Is so that I don't have to think about it anymore. Because every single step along the way, after I got orchiectomy, that's one thing I don't have to worry about now. For the rest of my life, I don't have to worry about that. I am getting vaginoplasty anyway, but that is a ways off. And a lot of things could delay it, potentially. But I can't think negatively. I have to think realistically, but I can't think negatively. Things could make it happen sooner, too. So I need to think like that. But at the very least, I know for a fact that I had orchiectomy. And I know for a fact that I don't have to worry about that ever again. And I feel so much better. After I started estrogen, that was something I didn't have to worry about anymore. And, you know, one of the things about orchiectomy is that now, my biggest worry before I got orchiectomy was that if I was suddenly, like, unable to get estrogen. And now, at least, I don't produce testosterone anymore. Besides the bare minimum that everybody produces, because your body needs some testosterone to regulate itself. And so your body does produce a small amount. And this is in men and women. You know, cisgender women produce testosterone as well. And my testosterone was already in cisgender women range. But now I don't have to fight against it. And in fact, my doctor may even eventually... after depending on the results of my next lab work, even lower my dose, because you know, that to prevent health risks, because my body isn't fighting against itself, and so that's kind of a cool thing. That's one less thing I have to worry about. But even being on estrogen, when I first started estrogen, actually, even before that, when I just socially transitioned, I changed my name on the internet. Well, even before that, I told everyone that I'm transitioning again. Like, that was the second coming out. Because I had denied myself for like 13 years before that. But I came out again, and I'm like, guys, I'm moving forward with this. There's a path forward. I'm going to get on hormones. I'm going to get my surgeries. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what I have to do. I am done living in the past. I am done living in pain, and I was ready to move forward. And so I started. But as soon as I started socially transitioning, like, it's like a light switch went off. Like, it's one less thing I have to worry about. It was scary. It was scary as fuck. Especially since I had made a lot of new friends. And I had developed new friendships where people saw me as male. People saw me as a different person. And they all accepted me. They all accepted me as soon as I came out. I kind of knew they would. A lot of them were very LGBT, like, you know, I had a lot of LGBTQ friends, so it was a lot easier than in the past. I wouldn't say friends. I guess like more like acquaintance pluses. I don't know. I don't like measuring levels of friendship. I really don't have too many friends. But you know, the biggest thing after that, like that was one less thing I had to think about. I was just like, okay, light switch. I'm Rebecca Lauren. Like I don't have to worry about it anymore. I don't like teeter-tottering. I like hard decisions. Like not hard, like difficult. I like it when things are either on or off. That's one of my autism issues. I can't teeter-totter. I don't like teeter-tottering. It's painful. I don't like teeter-tottering. Am I male? Am I female? I was just like, I'm female. And you know, I thought it was easier when I decided that I was male, even though that was, the thing is, I can't be male because I'm not. Like, I can't. And so as soon as I was ready, you know, I was like, okay, social transition. And I just did it like immediately, overnight. Like I just updated all my social medias and said, everybody, okay, like ready or not, here I come. I just didn't care. And people, obviously, it doesn't matter what the fuck other people think. Like, honestly, it's all personal. And so it, you know, it has nothing to do with anyone else. You know, whatever trouble they have, that's their own problem. And obviously I can try to help, but it's not really my job. It's their job. But you know, that was one thing that, like, that's one thing off the list, and it's why this is the right thing to do. It's because every single step along the way, I feel so much better. Like, I feel so much like less weight on my shoulders. I feel so much like I don't have to think about it. I could just be a person. I don't have to constantly be like thinking about my gender. That's the goal, is so that I don't have to think about it. Not so that I can be like, I'm transgender, you know, like I don't want to be that person who's just always talking about her gender. Like maybe some people do because they want to, like, you know, fight the good fight or whatever. I'm not a protester. Okay, I just want to live my life. That's how I protest. And yeah, like just being a trans person who writes and who speaks about it is more than enough. In fact, I'm not required to do anything. If I wanted, I could just live my life and not try to do anything. That enough? Like, it's my life. I get to have a happy life. I am not required to be an activist. Okay, I'm not required to help other trans people. But I do, because, I mean, at least I try to. I aim for it. I aim to be a better person, and I aim to be a person who can lift other people up, but not at the expense of myself. This girl is always going to be number one, okay? And that's how it should be. Because, you know, I owe it to everybody that they could also be in the same position where they could be as strong as I am. And I get to enjoy it. I get to enjoy my life. And every single surgery that I have, it's a step closer to not having to think about my gender. Have you noticed, I don't really wear, like, you know, I kind of wear unisex clothes most of the time. Like, I'm wearing, like, a unisex shirt. I'm wearing, like, pajamas. You know, before I started hormones, I was, like, wearing a wig, wearing makeup, wearing, like, a bra, and, like, you know, I obviously wear a bra when I go outside and stuff. I mean, I'm wearing, like, 3 shirts right now. I don't know, I don't feel like I need to dress up a certain way to be female. And after starting hormones and after starting these surgeries, I feel so much better in my own skin. Ironically, against what other people think that being transgender is, their idea of transgender is dressing up in female clothes or putting on makeup. And it's like, no, that's one part of being a person. Not even just a woman, because some men do that. Like, that's one part of it. A lot of people, they don't seem to understand that being transgender is not about putting on a costume. Like, it's not about putting on clothes and presenting a certain way. That's one aspect of it. Because that's the same for everybody. Like, cisgender women do that. Cisgender men do that. There's no one way to be a person. Some people like having a beard. Some people like having clean shaven. Some people like having long hair. Some people like having short hair. Some people like wearing dresses and skirts. Some people like wearing trousers and just like unisex shirts. Like, that's not what your gender is. And ironically, you know, maybe not ironically, but ironically to these people, the people who are just starting to understand, I don't want to say they're idiots, but, you know, but they're in a stage where they don't because they're not transgender themselves. They're at a stage where they think being transgender is about how you look. And they'll get eventually to a place where they understand, you know, thanks to us, because they're not going to understand it unless they live through it and they're not transgender. So they'll never understand it, but thanks to us for sharing our experiences, for helping people understand more about their gender, it'll help them too. Because gender is more than just trans or cis. It's part of who we are as people. And so I feel like trans people, we kind of like help lift up cisgender people as well, spiritually. Because they're at a place where they think that gender is just how you look. But no, it's like the more I feel like my gender, the less I have to think about my gender, the less I have to care about my gender. That's the idea, is so that I can just live my life and be Rebecca, be myself. And, you know, that's the goal. And you know, it's my choice whether I want to wear a dress. It's my choice whether I want to wear makeup. It's my choice whether I want to, like, quote unquote, look like a girl. Like, I don't care what other people think. And that's me personally. Obviously I do care, but you know, I do want to appear a certain way, but I'm not required to. If I'm in my house, like, you know, just like doing some writing or just running my stream, like right now, I don't need to be fucking putting on like piles of makeup. And I don't think anybody should. You know, it's one thing if you're gonna be like like in a play, or if you're gonna be on film, like for a movie or for a special event or something. That's one thing. You know, but you know, they have makeup so that it can, you know, work with the camera and the lighting, so that you can have a product, because it's a performance. And yeah, sometimes I do like to just wear a little bit of makeup. And a lot of women that I know, like a lot of cisgender women that I know, are the same. Like some women I know put on a lot of makeup. Some women don't. Like some women just put a little bit of foundation on and maybe a little bit of powder. And that's it. You know, maybe some eyeliner. But that you know, men can do that too. It doesn't make you your gender. And I think that, like, that's the biggest thing I've been learning about myself, is that the longer that I've been transitioning, the less need I have to convince other people that I'm my gender. And I know that sounds weird and alien to a lot of people, but if you really think about it, it makes sense. Because I don't want to have to live my life as, I'm transgender. Like, no, like, I don't want that. I just want to be, hey, nice to meet you. I'm Rebecca. Like, that's the goal. Like, hey, let's have a good time, or let's work together. Like, that's the goal to me. I don't want to be some transgender activist that, like, you know, like, always talking about transgender stuff. Like, come on. Like, if that's you, that's you. And it's just, I think the reason why so many people gravitate towards that is because they're in a stage of their own transition. And I obviously can't speak for other people, but they're in a stage of their own transition where they need to do that because they don't have the kind of resources I have. And if they had the kind of access to the healthcare that I have and the acceptance that I have in my own community, in my own circle of people, they wouldn't need to do that. They wouldn't feel, because they're compensating. And that's obviously me, like, you know, projecting, because that's what it was for me. I can't speak for them, okay? Maybe they are like that. And maybe they would have been like that whether they're transgender or not. I don't know. We will never know, because you're only you. So if you're trans, you're trans. Like, you can't say, like, oh, what if you were cisgender, because you're not. Like, even if you didn't transition, you're still trans. Like, that's how it works. Like, I was trans even before I started hormones. Even when I was presenting as male. Even when I went by a different name. Like, I was still trans. Like, that's how it works, okay? Anyway, kind of my spiel on that for today. I don't particularly, we're kind of just hanging out. I'm just kind of getting used to the environment. Because now I have to get used to a new workflow. That's kind of one of the double-edged sword. Getting a new workflow, it's nice and exciting, but then you have to get used to it. And so, like, I already started working on some writing, using my standing desk setup, and it's a lot better. It's a lot better. I feel like I'm at work, which is good because I can get used to it. I can learn these skills over time. It's going to take years, okay? I'm going to have to be real with you. I know my limitations, and I know how long it takes me to build things and sustain them. And one of the problems is that I need my own environment where I don't have repercussions. And when I'm at my own house with my own setup, I can start and stop, and I can treat it like a practice room. Obviously, the real world doesn't work that way. At some point, I have to actually go out and do it. But I'm not in a position where I can do that now because of the repercussions being too high. If I go out and get a job, I might keep it for a year, but then I would lose my SSI. I would lose my medical benefits that I need for my surgery if I failed. If I quit the job, I would fail, and that would create so much, because maybe I could do it, but not without extreme trauma, and way more trauma than the normal person. I don't think people really understand how autism works. Like, everything that I feel that hurts me is like 10 times more. Like, it's really hard to help somebody who doesn't understand it, to try to understand it. And I guess the only thing is just, you know, if they think that I'm just being lazy, if they think that I'm just making excuses, I can't help them. Like, they don't understand, and I don't need to help them. You know, I have to help me, and I know what I need. I'm doing the things that I need. In fact, my therapist and my entire medical team all say continually, despite my objections, despite my objections, my whole medical team says I am doing fan-fucking-tastic. I mean, they don't say it that way, but like, I am doing great. Like, I am on it. I'm going to every single therapy appointment. Like, and this is part of it, is I need to have things built over time, because I need to be able to do something without insane life repercussions. Because otherwise, what happens is I end up losing everything, and then it's like a avalanche, or it's like a snowball. Like, it keeps getting worse and worse and worse if I fail in the real world. But if I set up my own environment, like doing a stream or doing my blog or doing my YouTube, like, this is great practice for me, and it may even end up making me successful. Who knows? So it's like I'm kind of rolling the dice with that one, but I'm not rolling the dice with the life skills that I'm gaining. And I know it's hard for a normal person or a neurotypical person to understand, but for me, this is the practice I need. But for like a neurotypical person, they could probably be doing a lot more. I'm honestly, like, if you're not autistic or anything and you're doing what I'm doing, I'm sorry, but you're lazy. And I know that you don't want to hear that, but the thing is that a lot of the times autistic people get called lazy, and I was called lazy my entire life. You just don't want to work. You just want to make excuses, and it was abusive to me. And it took a lot of, you know, I'm becoming more and more independent. And also I got diagnosed, and also I am now, like, receiving SSI benefits, which is not something I could have said a month ago. So I'm trying to be really thankful for that I'm giving myself an environment where I can learn how to get myself out of it. out of poverty into a place where I can be a functioning member of society. It might take a couple of years, okay? Like, I don't think people understand the time frame that I need. Like, I'm 34 and I'm already like stressed out enough thinking about how old I am. But I'm really not that old. I have like a whole life ahead of me. I could live another 34 years and still have time. So like I need to stop thinking about life that way. Because even though it seems like we're old, you know, guess what? Like, all those, you know, favorite, like, celebrities of yours, they get older, too. Like, so everybody thinks that when you're, like, a lot of people think that when, like, oh, you're only successful in your 20s. And the rest of your life, you know, if you haven't made it by the time you're 30, or by the time you're 22, like, you're already failed. Like, no, that's not how it works. You know, Morgan Freeman didn't, like, become, like, a successful actor until he was, like, 50 or something like that. And that's Morgan fucking Freeman, okay? So, I more than anybody else, I need to not beat myself up. More than anybody else. Because obviously other people are going to be fucking lecturing me all the time, telling me I should just work harder, whatever. You know, I've learned how to get over that. It still hurts, but I've learned how to get over it. Because honestly, they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. You know, I do, and my doctors do, because I don't just do this. You know, if it would be one thing if I was stuck like I was in the past, just with me on my side. But I have doctors on my side. I have a therapist on my side. I have a psychiatrist on my side. I have a whole team of people backing me up medically. So it's like, you know, I have the law on my side. I am legally disabled. So I don't, you know, the longer I've gone, you know, I've learned how to come to terms with my own deficits, and also not looking at it without judgment, being more objective, saying, okay, it doesn't mean I'm a bad person just because I work differently. It doesn't make me a failure. It doesn't mean I'm broken. It just means I have to go a bit of a different path than most people. Just a second, I got scam likely. We've been trying to reach you concerning your car's extended warranty. Yeah, so, I don't know. Everything's going great, honestly. As difficult as it can be, the longer I go and the more confirmation I get that I'm getting the things that I need, it gets easier the more I get. Like, the more progress I make on my life, the easier it gets to make more progress. So it's like, I'm just gonna like have to build these skills. You know, I'm gonna have to build it. I kind of have to climb my way out of hell. It's kind of what it feels like. It's kind of what it feels like. It's like I have to climb a 90-degree angle up a wall of skulls, you know, that are like melting and are burning. You know, it's painful. Okay. I would like to not be autistic. And you know, as much as I love who I am and love being trans, I would love if I didn't have to be trans. If I was just, you know, obviously I love being a woman. If I was a cisgender woman, I'd be fine with that. Like, you know, obviously the goal isn't to like pretend to be a cisgender woman. Like, but honestly, my goal is that I don't have to think about it. And if people don't misgender me all the time, it would be a lot easier, you know, just to say the least. Like, if people just saw me and just, you know, most of the time, I don't even get misgendered out in public. Maybe on the internet because people know that I'm trans. So people are like trying to get me or whatever. But most of the time, people, unless they already know I'm trans, most people don't even know I'm trans, unless like, you know, until they see like a couple of features that are like, oh, okay, like, like, yeah. But I mean, like, most people I've talked to are like, oh, I didn't even see you as a trans person. I just thought you were like Rebecca, like, like, you know, even then, like, I still think that people shouldn't really care about people's gender in the first place. Just accept people for who they are and how they present to you. It's their own business. Like, it has nothing to do with you. If you're attracted to them or not, like, so it's so weird how so many people are like, oh, but you know, like, you know, but you know, like she's ugly or whatever. And it's like, well, why does that matter? Like, to you, if somebody's not attractive to you, like if you're not attracted to somebody, like that's your own problem, okay? Like that person is not required to make you aroused. like that's your own problem. Like, that's a you problem, buddy. Go take care of that in the bathroom or something. Might have to take a dump. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. As usual, just like kind of talking to an empty room, of course. That's what we do around here, okay? And it's okay. It's okay. I'm building skills. If I wasn't autistic, this would be absolutely stupid. But I don't think people truly understand the depth of my need as an autistic person to just build skills. And like, you know, working my way up to even doing the basic things that I need to do. And one of the biggest things I'm actually going to talk to my therapist about today is how to break things into more and more specific chunks. Like, not just like, oh, I'm gonna write today, or like, well, what am I gonna write about? You know, what characters am I gonna use? What's the scene that they're gonna do? Like, what are they gonna do? And you know, besides just about writing in general, like, build this for my life, where I can structure my day. And the cool thing about setting up my computer and setting up streaming is that I have 100% control over it. And the other cool thing about it is that if I get really lucky and if I keep doing the right things, it will actually work out in my life as well. But that's a very low percentage. But I have 100% chance of using it as a tool to improve my life. Outside of that. So it's like there's two things going on. One thing is like, literally, if 0 people watched my stream, I'm still achieving something that most people will not understand. And I know I don't expect anyone to ever understand. Like, honestly, like, I don't expect anyone to understand that I need this. I need to stream because it's an environment that I can create structure around. It doesn't mean I'm going to be perfect all the time. It doesn't mean I'm going to be good at it. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be successful at it. These aren't things I can totally control. And in fact, I can control them. It just takes steps. And so whatever timeline that will work for neurotypical people, I have to like make it longer. And you know, in the long run, I might actually do better than neurotypical people. That's kind of how it works sometimes. Because I have to spend so much time building something, it means that I have time to make it really good. I don't know. Either way, I don't need to convince anybody. I also don't need, I don't need to like, justify it. Not even to myself. Like, I don't know. In either case, like, you know, I am creating VODs, but, you know, obviously streaming, I know for a fact streaming is, like, not very useful at all for growing your brand, like, for growing your content creation. Like this is like the least important thing for me to doing. But, and there's a big but, for me, like I said, for me, this is something I need to do. And I don't expect anyone to understand it. And in fact, it's been a huge factor in getting myself to where I am today. If I didn't have my stream, I wouldn't have been able to explore my identity. I would not have been able to explore, like, I've been doing the things that I've just laid out. Like, I've been building those skills, that self-confidence. I've been rewriting the narrative for myself. Because my whole life as an autistic person, I was not in the best environment. And it would be the same for neurotypical people. The difference is my brain's wired differently. And so it took in that information and it made a specific thing that has been extremely difficult to get myself out of. But I've been doing it. And streaming has been a huge part of that. Because it gives myself a place where I can literally set up the environment. Like, I have my own environment. Like, I have my room here. I have my overlay. I have, like, my, you know, everything's set up. You know, the way I run my streams, like the way I talk. Like, everything I've been building from the ground up. And it might not be very entertaining to watch, but at the very least, it's helped me. And, you know, some people have been along for the ride, too. So, you know, like, I might have some lifelong supporters. You know, which is actually a really high quality viewer. Honestly. That being said, I do need to get more quantity eventually. But we're working on that one. That's something else. Like, there's two things going on. There's a career side of it. But there's also like a personal side of it. That yogurt really kicks the spot. Kicks the spot? It really hits the spot. Like, it's enough fat and protein and a small amount of carbs. Like, a single cup has only like 10 grams of carbs. You know, 8 grams of protein, 8 grams of fat. And, you know, yeah, it's grade A pasteurized whole goat milk and live and active cultures. It does have some cholesterol, but you know, cholesterol isn't super bad. It's just, it's bad if you have like a insane amount of cholesterol, and there's like, I don't know, there's certain things there's a lot of things that go into your health. Not just what you eat, but obviously I'm eating pretty healthy. You know, this is good for diabetics. You know, and all the food that I'm getting each week are created for diabetics. Like, my blood sugar has been very steady, and my A1C is going down. It was up at 9.8. It was at 8.8 in January, and it should be closer to 7 now. Yeah, I'm standing. I got my standing desk, and that alone, like, I'm more active, you know? I'm improving my life. And you can too, using my 10-part course for only 9 easy payments of $99.95. You guys, don't you think this is like much more fun? Like, standing up? Don't you think it's much more fun? These are so old. Like from forever ago. I don't do Iron Man. I actually like I got this like from my brother. I'm like 6 foot tall. I'm a big girl. I still think Just Minx might be taller than me. I think I'm like more like 5'11". And you know what? Some women are tall. Some women are short. You know, some men are short and some men are tall. It doesn't make you any less of who you are. Okay? Motivational speech of the day. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm already feeling like much more productive. Like I set up my environment, you know, at least this is the preliminary. It'll probably expand as time goes on, especially when I move out and I'm going to be able to set up my environment from scratch, basically, in a new environment, at least. But you know, like I've already started doing some writing, using this setup. Much more productive, and in fact, even like watching like Netflix, so much better. It's so much more like I can lie back and it's like looking up at a TV instead of like, you know, having this like, I don't know, it's just a lot better, and the sound works better on the speakers when I'm like watching Netflix and stuff. And I started playing Dark Souls Remastered a couple days ago. Maybe eventually I will do an Iron Man, but I don't really think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Maybe in a couple of years, I don't know. It's gonna be longer than a few years, because I am putting myself through a bunch of torture, getting through these surgeries. But it'll be okay, and in the long run, like in order to get through these surgeries, I'm building up, exercise habits, like yoga. And eventually I'm going to start doing some running again. And eventually I'm going to get a bike, go biking again. And eventually ideally I would have access to a swimming pool. But I'm not really going to be able to swim for a very long time. I have, at least for another few weeks now, but after my vaginoplasty, it definitely will not be able to swim for quite some time. Okay? Yeah, I do headstands, which I'm going to have to find a different routine for when I'm recovering from my facial surgery, because they're going to do some work on my skull, okay? I can't put pressure, I'm not going to want to put pressure on it. And potentially even like undo. Like, I do not want my face sliding around, okay? Like... Okay, I just do not want that after I get this like really expensive surgery that I don't have to pay for, luckily, but it's still it's expensive personally. This is Apex 2016? What? This is like Super Smash. Oh no, it's from an album called Apex. It's not like Apex Legends. It's just different. It must have been like a bunch of different soundtracks from video games. I don't know. I had orchiectomy so far. Aren't you paying for it? Because I have partnership Medi-Cal. Do you want to publish your stories? Yes. I have to have stories to publish, however. I have to actually finish my draft. I have to actually revise them and make a manuscript. My novels, I do not want to self-publish, if at all possible. I want to try to publish them the old-fashioned way, because I feel like that it's a much more like... The process of traditionally publishing makes it so that you know that it's going to sell if somebody buys it. If you can get a good agent, you know, like that whole process. That's something that I think that I need to go through. You know, for me personally, because I feel like it's just you know, because I'm trying to build something to build my own business. Outside of publishing as well, so obviously maybe, you know, I'm building something that'll give me a better chance. Like If I can't really go through traditional publishing, I'll always have the option to self-publish. But once I self-publish, I won't be able to traditionally publish. And if I publish a subpar manuscript, it's not going to sell as well as it could have. And also, I don't have that name attached to it that people would say, oh, that's from Tor or whatever. Like, it doesn't have that extra name recognition that a traditional publishing house would have. And so there's a whole bunch of things that go into publishing a novel, and I'm working way too many years on my novel for me to just slap it up on Amazon, like haphazardly. Like, why would I spend years on a manuscript only to just like skimp on the publishing part? So I want to do my due diligence. Do you like more Vosh or Destiny? I don't really like any of them. I mean, I do like Vosh and Destiny and Hassan. I think that the whole bullshit that goes on between their communities, where they kind of have like a favorite, and it's like, you guys don't understand what they're trying to accomplish. They're not trying to be, I mean, obviously maybe they do have, everybody has like an ego that they want to, like, you know, build up. I can't speak for them. But people don't understand that these people are trying to give political commentary. Like, it's the news that they're trying to talk about. Like why are people playing favorites? Like, yeah, Destiny sometimes does things that I don't really agree with. Sometimes Vosh does things I don't really agree with. Sometimes Hassan does things I don't really agree with. Okay, that's just humans. Like, I'm not gonna like 100% support every single person on the planet. Okay, I can only really take care of myself, and I better support myself. Jeez, but sometimes, you know, it's like, I don't understand why people are so attached to like the parasocial part of it. Like, come on, like, live your own life, and like, it's not a popularity contest. Like, they're trying to give political commentary and debates. Like, that's the whole reason why they have that platform, is so that they can try to make some progress. Like, that's what you should care about, in my opinion. Like, and obviously all of their reputations, their optics or whatever are kind of fucked up, but you know, I try not to think about that, because people say all sorts of shit about all three of these people, like, honestly. Council of Geeks or JXE? No, I don't. I'm like standing and I'm like all active. I'm like a regular person. I'm like a regular person, you guys. Look at me. I'm Rebecca. I'm like a regular person. Yeah. Can I convince you that I'm a regular person? Are you gonna believe me? Who's your favorite YouTuber / Twitch streamer? It's a mixed bag. Or, you know, that, I mean, that's the wrong way to say it. I do like the OTK and like the Envy House. Like, as far as like orgs, like, I would say OTK and Envy. I like what Envy's doing, especially since I really like the Botez sisters. I think they're pretty cool. Like, they're pretty down to earth, and they're out of all the streamers, as much as like their brand is kind of like, as they're like kind of awkward gremlins, I really think they're the most socially adjusted out of every streamer on the platform. like honestly, like, they're chess players, but like, they're, you know, like, I don't know, like, not only that, like, there's very like socially aware people. Even though, like, that sounds so weird if you've ever watched their content, like, and they even kind of paint themselves as like weirdos. But compared to like the rest of Twitch, like, you are a regular person. No, I'm not going to play chess for a very long time. I'm also not going to do much gaming for a very long time. I don't have the kind of clout to do that. Okay? Like, I don't think you understand. I could spend 10 years of my life playing chess and not make any progress on my career. Like I don't think you understand. Like, there's people still playing chess on Twitch. They have like 2 viewers. after like years. Okay, like come on. Like, I gotta do other things, and so I'm taking care of my own life, and so when I start my stream, it's gonna be in supplement to everything else that I'm doing. I'm not gonna use it because I don't have the kind of audience to justify doing something for entertainment. Hopefully I can be a little entertaining, but do you understand? Like, even though I'm talking to you right now, like, from like a bigger picture standpoint, like as a career, streaming is not a part of my career right now. Like, so this stream that you're watching is not a part of my career plan. So if, like, you know, I'm not really a gamer. You know, I just don't really have the energy for chess anymore. I will eventually, but writing stories, no, it's not. I'm not saying it's popular. What I'm saying is that I'm not doing the stream to be popular because I don't have the audience. Like, if I had the audience, I would do something that's more entertaining, like playing a video game or something. Or, like, you know, being more entertaining in person. I don't know. Maybe I'm selling myself short. But you don't understand that if there's nobody watching, it doesn't matter what I do. Like, I need to have an audience first. You don't build the audience on your stream. Like, even though you're here talking to me, like, just think about the bigger picture here. Like, most people don't know I exist, so why would I spend the time and energy trying to entertain, even though obviously I love just like chatting with people, like chatting with you right now. I like to have one-on-one focus with people, but this is more for me because I like having practice doing social interaction because I'm autistic. Okay, like this is like, you know, it's like meeting somebody at a party, you know, like hey, how's it going, how are you, how you doing? No, ask any questions. Ask me anything. It's all good. No, I think so many people on the platform, on Twitch especially, but maybe not so much on YouTube, but even on YouTube, but more on Twitch. There's people who hit that start streaming button who are still delusional and think that streaming will help them grow. I was there for a while. Like, I thought that streaming would help me grow for a while, but now I understand. Like, now I can change that mindset so that when I hit start streaming, I know I'm doing it for different reasons. I'm not doing it to try to grow my brand. Hey, Spaceberry. Hello. Hello. I don't know if you guys know Jenna Moresi. She's an author who does a lot of YouTube videos. Her YouTube is great. Like, oh my god, her YouTube personality, like she's like, hello, like she does the whole like jump cut things, and she does the little jokes. You know, she's got the, like, you know, the YouTube voice down for her. Like, I think that she's an amazing YouTuber. I read some of her work, but honestly, it's kind of ironic is I will follow people and not like read their work. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I don't know why my dad's home, but you know, like he was at work. Oh well, it's okay. It's just like, I was in the zone. Okay, and yeah, I'm not sure. You know, got like 2 hours before my therapy appointment, so we got time. Not really sure what we're gonna be doing. I mean, this is what we're doing. We're just hanging out, just talking about whatever. Finishing my coffee. Having some yogurt. In just a second. Oh, guys, I totally forgot. Today's not Friday. Today's Thursday. Oh no, I dropped the cap. I dropped it. Yeah, it's got like freaking hair on it and shit. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, wash it. Got some liver nuggets for dinner. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm on my stream. But I thought that I guess I have nothing scheduled today. I thought today was Friday. I was like, oh, I have therapy and I have and like. And now you can just relax. Well, I mean, I was already relaxed, but no, it's just like I thought I had other things scheduled today, and I don't. Okay, so now it's like I have nothing scheduled today. That's kind of interesting. I totally thought today was Friday because like I heard my dad left this morning, and it's like I just assumed that he was going to work. I'm like, it's kind of funny how it works. Yeah, so now I have nothing today. I was totally wrong. Delicious yogurt slurp drink with Faja. Yes, nice little chat with Faja. Yeah, so I guess daylight savings time's passed the Senate to get rid of it, but it still needs to actually go like be approved, signed by the president. I'm sure it will. Like most presidents, most decent presidents, as soon as like the Senate passes something, they'll just pass it because they trust their judgment or whatever. But obviously, if there's something really bad, like if the Senate passed like something that was like discriminatory against trans people or something, I'm pretty sure Joe Biden wouldn't sign it. I'm sure Trump would, but so that's the difference. Is that if there's something that is partisan, then who's in office kind of matters. But most presidents will like approve something that the Senate passes, and I'm pretty sure this is one of those things that's kind of bipartisan. It's just like daylight savings. Like we don't live in that kind of world. And also, I don't think we ever should have had daylight savings. Like I don't understand. Like if you needed more daylight, then start working an hour earlier. Like just get up earlier. Why adjust the entire clock just so that you could have an extra hour at work? I don't understand, Puddin' Slice. I don't understand. I don't understand the language that you just said. No, oh, nobody. Oh, you said something in reverse. You said like nobody likes. But you know, you meant Sekil. Like Sekil Idoban. If you reverse that, it would say nobody likes. You meant like you meant this. Yeah, like some countries like will have, some areas will have like umare. Oh god, I don't know that kanji. Umare? I don't know. Oh, gambare. Okay. Yeah. Gambare, Rebecca-chan, Rebecca-san. Rebecca. Rebecca. You know what's funny is my old name also had the L-tsu, the Chisai-tsu. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, my old name also had, like, the Chisai-tsu. So it's like Rebecca. And it was at like the same exact spot too. It was at number 3. Hi, Umut. Umut Zokrin. Umut Zakrin. Hi, Umut Zakrin. How are you? How are you? How are you? I don't even know what's going on. We have a whole day ahead of us. And I'm like standing, active, getting healthy. You know, sitting is the new smoking. Where are you from? I am from like the San Francisco Bay Area. I don't know Japanese. I've studied Japanese. It's my second language. But it's harder for me to read a lot, especially since I'm not really... It's been a number of years since I've studied kanji. I also studied Mandarin, so a lot of the Hanzi that I know, like, but the language is different, and a lot of the vocabulary is formed differently, so it's like, it's a little bit harder. But I definitely understand Japanese if I'm listening to it, or if I have the furigana above the kanji, then I'll know how to read it. And then once I hear it, I understand it, because I'll know a lot of vocabulary just from hearing it. You know, listening to music and watching like TV shows and stuff, and listening to the news in Japanese. I've had a lot of listening practice, but I've had some reading practice, but reading's always harder than listening. And some writing. But in order to write, you have to learn you have to be able to communicate, because writing, just like my writing in English, writing is an extension of your speaking. Obviously, some people might argue that writing is a separate thing. I mean, it is, but like some people kind of like separate their writing, and it works out for some people, and it depends on the project that you're doing. Like if you're doing something that's a lot more like esoteric, or like a lot more artistic, and then maybe you want to like kind of like write in a way that you normally wouldn't speak in, like if you're doing some kind of poetry or anything like that. But most of the time, honestly, most people will tune out of quote unquote overly like well written. Like if something is well written, quote unquote, like if you inject too much of your craft, like what a lot of like kind of beginner writers will do is they'll put too many vocabulary words. They'll use language that's a little bit too flowery, and so that works out for some people. But like, you know, never let anybody like, you know, tell you like how to do something. But if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And the thing is, you have to be honest with yourself. And if people are tuning out of your writing, like if you're giving your writing to people and people just don't really like it, then you should probably like, if it's enough people, you should probably like be objective with your writing, and that you actually want to kind of be more natural a lot of the time. Like most of the time, like I said, like there are cases where you want to be more flowery. Obviously, if that's the specific project you're doing, you know, and that's what you're trying to do, that's one thing. But most of the time, people aren't doing that. They think they are, but they're not. Like you have to know how to do it regularly first before, like, you know, Picasso. He learned all the traditional styles first before he deviated. If you look at his artwork, like he did like a lot of like, you know, more typical artwork first. Like he learned how to draw a face, you know, he learned how to do like a whole bunch of different painting techniques, and then he made his own. And you have to be grounded in fundamentals no matter what you do, if you want to be taken seriously. I mean, if you want to just have fun, do whatever you want. Like that, you don't have to be a professional. You don't have to be a skilled person to enjoy something. But if you actually are trying to be like a writer or a painter or any musician or anything like that, you have to be able to step outside of your ego, and you have to be objective with your ability. And I feel like writing is a direct extension of your ability to speak. Little Busters? I have no idea what that is. And what was that cracking noise? It's like that actually kind of hurt my ears a little bit. I hope it didn't hurt your ears. Listening to music from it once, I guess. I mean, I don't really know all the music I listen to. I mean, it says everything over here if I'm listening to OC Remix, but sometimes I don't listen to OC Remix. Sometimes I'll listen to some other thing on YouTube if it's DMCA safe. But I know for a fact OC Remix is DMCA safe. Like it's remixes, like it's user-made remixes of video game music, and they only and they've kind of like reconstructing lemons. Yeah, we're gonna do something today. Might get some writing done. Yeah, I had a viewer earlier who's like, "Oh, you think that writing on stream is entertaining?" I'm like, "Come on." I'm using this, like I said, I don't have to justify this, but I'm using my stream as a tool to get stuff done in my own life that I may or may not normally be able to do if I didn't set up as a stream. Because I use my stream as a motivation to get work done. So it's like, if I just want to stand here and talk, that's fine. I don't live in delusions. I am not at a place in my streaming where it's actually a part of my career. It is not a part of my career right now. This is for me and anybody who wants to come along for the ride. And if you don't want to be here, I don't understand why you're here. Because there's people here who are like, I don't want to be here. It's like, well, why are you here then? like, geez, you could go somewhere else. Like, why are you watching if you don't like it? I don't understand. Not talking about you specifically, just YMC. Oh, I just finally got your name. It's YMCA. Like, the YMCA. Oh, CA. YMCA. I feel so much more energized, honestly. I mean, I did have like some really strong coffee, but I was always that like freaking like little gnat that flies around. What the heck? Yeah, I'm like challenging myself. The reason I got the standing desk converter is because I want to challenge myself to like not sit down all the time. Like, because I have a habit of just only like getting out of bed and then just sitting. And that's really not the greatest for my health. And you gotta like work your muscles and stuff. And this thing is actually like really good.
Carolyn, please bring me more pain pills.
Actually, like I think I got this thing. I didn't even know they existed. Really, I kind of did, but a friend of mine had one, and I kind of noticed it. But then I saw Hassan use it, and I was like, okay, I need to get one of those. It's only like $15. You know, some companies sell like these same exact thing for like $80. I'm like, why? Like, all you need is something with like a frickin' ball on it. That's like a hard plastic. so that you can move your, like, you know, muscles nodes around. And doing the headstands, the headstand yoga, like, it's really good for your, like, lymphatic system. So it's like, I feel like a lot of the stuff, I'm getting healthier and healthier, like, honestly, and it makes me feel great. Makes me feel great. Ow! Don't do that. What are we doing today? I don't know. I've already talked for like 2 hours. What do I do now? I guess just kind of rest. We'll figure it out. Don't worry, I'll talk more. Okay, I'm a chatty Cathy, okay? Like, seriously, if I had the audience, I feel like I'd be a great streamer. But I gotta build that audience, and it's like, building that audience is the hard part. I got me a blue, cause I'm blue, da da dee da ba day, ba da ba dee da ba doo. Doing this again, adjusting these. Okay. Yikes. What to do, what to do. What to do, what to do. What to do? What to do? Wow. I don't even know what to do. Well, I don't gotta do anything. Just gotta chill. Okay. Here we are. Well, you guys. Here we are. This probably sounds better now, don't it? Other than this thing's in the way. It's kind of frustrating. Oh well. It's okay. You guys can hear me regardless. The quality might not be the best. But. It's probably fine. It doesn't need to be the best. Well. Just chill for a while. Building up endurance. You know, I just don't want to sit all day. So it's like I'm kind of doing something while standing. And, you know, eventually I'll actually, like, you know, get some writing done and stuff. Might have to get something to eat. I mean, besides just the yogurt. So I will be back. Make it like a sandwich. I am back. I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Yes, a sandwich. Bows, lassies, and whatever in between. Hey, just in case. You like my new setup? I can even get all sorts of new angles, like down here. Couldn't really do that before. Well, I already talked for like 2 hours, and now we're at the point of my stream where I'm like, need a bit of a breather. And I don't know, eventually, actually gonna get to work. Eventually, actually gonna get some writing done. You like my messy room? I don't like messy. It's just it can't really be much cleaner. I mean, it could be a little bit more, but it's really like I really don't have much space, and so this is like everything I own. I don't have much space. I think when I like switch to like working, God damn it! All these chopsticks I have. I got like a pack of like 100 chopsticks. When I switch to like up close, I gotta like be right here in your face and like when I switch to up close, I think it's less awkward if I'm like closer like this. I think I need to raise my monitor just a little bit, like put this cardboard thing under it, I mean. So, because I knew I wanted to raise my monitor a little bit for this setup. That's for like when I'm up close. But like if I'm further away, oh god, no! I need to make sure this is not. Oh, I don't like it when things get all mixed up and tangled. It needs to be like. Ugh. Makes me feel like so much like on edge. And things are all like annoying. There. Yeah, we'll figure it all out eventually. Jeez, what is going on with this? Oh. What is going on here? Didn't I already have it set up right? Suddenly it's not working right? So I like freaking knocked it over. Come on, stop it. Something seems weird now. Like, doesn't it seem weird though? Yeah, like it's not like wanting to sit at the angle I had it earlier. Yeah, and now this is like, the light is messing up. Ugh. So frustrating. There, I think that's better. Now, I don't know. I think it's fine. Only 28 square meters, 300 square feet, 5 are kitchen and 3 toilet. Rest is a combined living and bedroom. Yeah, you know, like, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. I would prefer to have like a cottage than a trailer, but especially if I was living independently. That's kind of the goal. That's kind of the goal. What we're working towards now. Kind of what we're working towards now is getting housing, and it's not going to be like luxurious or anything, but I need independent living. I can't like have a roommate situation or anything like that. Like I've had that my whole life. And so the goal is to get my own independent situation, because in order to get my life to where I need it to be, I need to not be reliant on other people. I need to get myself into living independently. Like that's the goal. I don't want to have to rely on other people all the time, because otherwise I get stuck. Like, I need to be able to lift myself out. I need to be able to be independent and strong. I need to live my own life. And so that's kind of what we're working on. Me and my team. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna keep it in the same setup if I'm in standing. I don't like moving the camera around too much. But yeah, actually get some writing done today if possible. I also wanted to experiment a little bit with if I just strong, independent Rebecca Lauren. Yeah, that's the goal. Hopefully one day I can actually like start publishing or something, you know? Like eventually. Get my blog, you know, out there. Get my name out there. Get some you know, loyal viewers and readers. Become a stronger businesswoman. But you know, it's one little step at a time. One little step at a time. Yeah, I don't really like this. Yeah, the way I had it, as much as like I mean, I'm not really doing this so people can read it, but like I think that's like a little too small there. Maybe that's okay. If I make make this smaller. Yeah. Or put it over here. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's just keep it over there. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, that's a lot more visibility, I think. At least for that. Okay, now this. That is what it is. It hasn't got too much to do with luck. It's mostly about discipline and a good amount of patience. Many sleepy give up too soon. Yeah, I mean, at least I don't have the giving up part. Actually, I mean, I did in my 20s. But I started working on it when I was 31. So now I'm 34, and I'm actively working with my therapist, actively working with my case manager, actively working with my doctors. We're getting stuff done. I've already done crazy amounts. I got my SSI. Like, I have complete faith in myself, even though it's only kind of more recently that I've started having faith in myself, and I still have trouble. Yeah, so I want to do some writing practice, like where I'm actually going to close that. Let's get a short story document. Yeah, so what I actually want to do, is I want to try to, like, you know, describe like everyday basic things, but as detailed as possible. Well, not detailed, but like, yeah, I mean as detailed as possible, but in the sense of not trying to be like overly detailed, but like, I mean, I'll be as detailed as I can, but not really so much focused on the detail, but focused on the steps, like breaking things down into individual steps, because I think there's a difference between being detailed and being like, you know, lay out all the steps. Okay. Okay, script. Okay, and so I do that kind of detailed, write an activity / event, but explain each step. Getting down to the micro. Split it into as many chunks as possible. Okay, off to a good start. You began writing in your early 20s, now you're 57, you have tried everything in the book business. That's good. You know, like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, especially you have to learn how to adapt. I'm not saying that you haven't, I'm just saying that, like, we live in a different world than we did 30 years ago. And so I think a lot of people have trouble. And again, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying people, you'll see a lot of, you know, people starting out. They're just stuck in the past. And I think that the people who succeed are the ones who adapt. There's a phrase called adapt or die. And it's that, like, you kind of can't, like, just say, oh, this is the way I do it, and this is the way I do it all the time. But we live in a different world, and people are different, and whether you like that or not, like, some people will say, oh, you know, the world is a terrible place. People just only care about watching TikTok and stuff. And it's like, well, like, they don't just watch TikTok, like, and also TikTok is not what you think, you know, so, like, there's all these things that go into it that maybe you have an incomplete picture, that you don't understand what TikTok it really is. Like, you think that TikTok is just people watching, like, stupid videos, but people also use TikTok to, like, spread, like, meaningful things, like trying to spread awareness to things, trying to, you know, start causes, you know, educate people, all sorts of different things. And, you know, whether or not any of those are, you know, I think the biggest thing, the first step is getting rid of judgment. Like, something is not good or bad, it just is. I mean, there are things that are very specifically bad or very specifically good, but I think a lot of the times we create these arbitrary lines in our head and it limits us. And so we kind of have to, like, let go. We kind of have to, like, learn a little bit how to approach something and try to understand it. And so today, the writing world, it's not that writing is dead, it's that the old way of starting a business with writing is dead. Like, you know, it doesn't mean that traditional publishing is dead. because self-publishing is extremely difficult to do, and not everybody should do it. Like, only certain people are in a position where they can successfully self-publish, and you know, a lot of people could, but I think a lot of people go about it the wrong way. They think that it's easier, and it's not. It's just you have more control, but that's a double-edged sword. It means you have more control. Just like starting a Twitch stream. Like, you can start a Twitch stream, but if you have nobody to come to watch, it's not going to really be very very useful for you. At least insofar as much, there's insofar, or in so much, I don't insofar as gaining a traction in the business world or gaining viewers, starting out from zero, streaming is like the worst thing you can do. But if you have viewers from other platforms that you can bring over to your stream, that's something different, but that's a separate skill, and that's what self-publishing is. In order to self-publish, you have to get people to buy your book. And so that's a really, it sounds easy, but it's simple, but it's not easy. Because a lot of the times people don't really market their books correctly. And first of all, you have to have a good product to begin with. And a lot of the times, people who self-publish don't go through the proper steps to make a publishable manuscript. They just say, oh, well, I can self-publish, so that means that I can just put it up on Amazon. But if it hasn't gone through a quality check, if you don't have, you know, usually people who are successfully self-publish, they'll have like a group of people that they can count on to give them feedback, like beta readers. And they go through a rigorous process before they submit that file for uploading. But most people who start out, a lot of would-be writers, they write a manuscript, or they write a draft, and then they just proofread it, and then they just publish it. But it didn't go through an editing process. They like spent like $10 on an artist to draw them a graphic art for their cover. And like they went on Fiverr to like find like a super cheap editor, you know, who just editor, somebody who just like when they think editing, they think proofreading, but a proofreader is not an editor. So like fixing all the spelling and all the grammar and the punctuation, that's the final step. That's not editing. Like, editing is a detailed process where somebody gives you feedback, and you try to like make sure that the finished product is coherent, and that it's like, you know, where it needs to be, and that there is no one size fits all there. It's going to be different for each project and for everybody's writing style. Xerox copied club fans. Yeah, I mean, those were all scams. Like, if you did self-publishing back in the old days, you better have a good platform. Like, I guess the writer who published what was it, that Dragon series? What was that series that did really well, that like that 15-year-old wrote, and like not El Dorado, it was something. But he went around with his parents. His parents were publishers. So not only did they have the resources to actually print out the books, but they went through, like, because he was like 15, he went across the country and like did presentations to schools around the country. And he got people to buy his book that way. Like, parents would buy it, I guess. Or maybe the kids, I don't know. It's really medium for Chinese propaganda. I don't know, Pre-Thug. I think you're very presumptuous about it. In fact, it's not even owned by... Oh, Aragon by Christopher Paolini. Well, first of all, TikTok is not even owned by... Like, it was owned by a Chinese company, but, like, an American company bought it. But not only that, like, obviously everything is Chinese propaganda, okay? So, like, I mean, let's face it. We gotta adapt or die, okay? Like... You know, let's live in reality, not what we think reality should be. You know, like, you know, like, I don't know, what good does it do saying that, like, oh, TikTok, it's an evil platform? It's like, okay, come on, like, if you want to make it in the business world, you got to adapt or die, okay? Like, Like, just like get over yourself. Like that you can't have an ego. I mean, you have to have an ego, like, as far as you have to be like you have to have like a strong sense of self, but not an ego as you know, as far as like a negative ego goes. Like, you can't think that you're above things. Like, oh, I'm above doing TikTok. No, like, TikTok is like the most useful discovery tool you can use today. And if I was smart, I would be making more TikToks. I'd be making like 20 TikToks a day. But I have a hard time doing it sometimes. Like, honestly, like, I just have a really hard time. But what I can do is I can like do a stream and I can like find clips. But I need to actually like do that. But I don't know. A lot of the time, I feel like it's way better if I like specifically set aside direct time to specifically make TikToks. I think it's higher quality that way. And plus, I don't have like music playing in the background and all that kind of stuff. And I could actually edit something together that's actually for TikTok. And obviously, yeah, you could do the cool thing about the medium is it's so many different things. It's not one thing. It's just a medium. It's just a platform. Okay, like Twitch. Twitch is not just about gaming. Twitch is not just about IRL content. It's not just about hot tubs. Not just about you know, slot machines. You know, like it's whatever you make it. And so, do you want to be the person who blames the platform, or the person who takes charge of their own life and makes it what they need it to be? And I feel like I'd rather be that person than complaining about, oh, TikTok, stupid platforms, Chinese propaganda. Like, come on. Like, it's like one of those people, you know, like one of those people on the bus who's like complaining about something, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, the government's taking all my stuff, and it's like the government's the reason why I do drugs, you know, like. Like, come on, like, take responsibility for your own life. Like, yeah, like, obviously the situation is fucked. I don't blame someone for getting to a place where they get into drug addiction, but at the same time, if they want to get out of it, they're the only ones responsible for that. Like, you know, I was going down a path of drug addiction, and it took a lot to get out of it. And I was able to do it because I cared more about improving my life than I did about just complaining. And as much as people will say that I'm just a complainer, they don't know me. Okay, like I've been proactive. I've been proactive as fuck. Okay, like geez, I actually don't even think anybody would say that I'm not active. But yeah, like, you know, the thing is, it's like word of mouth will always be the best marketing. Because if somebody tells their friends, hey, like, I watched this YouTuber, check her out, like, you know, like, oh, have you seen this channel? Let me link it to you. Like, or, you know, have you read this book? I think it was a really great book. You gotta read it. Like that's the real marketing. And so, like, I think that should be the goal, is to grow somewhere where people find your content and they like it enough to tell their friends. Not because you told them to share the link. Like, obviously that helps. Like get yourself out there so more and more people might come to your stuff who might like it. Like, you know, I do think that, you know, there's two things going on. Is I have to make objectively better content, but I also have to find people who like my current content. So it's like, I think it's like a twofold process. Is like, I'm trying to improve my own content, but I'm also trying to find people who might already like my current content, whatever that might be. Oh yeah, it's not just about writers though. Like, it's also about YouTubers and streamers and whatnot, actors, actresses. Everything is saturated today. So yeah, you're totally right about that, Justin. Many, many, many more writers, because everybody wants to be a writer, but not everybody can be a writer, because not everybody has what it takes. Yeah, it's almost closed to newcomers. I mean, what's wrong with Twilight? I mean, Twilight was pretty successful. See, that there you go. There you go. You see that? You see what you just did you catch yourself just now? Did you catch yourself? Did you hear what you said? Unless one pours out standard trash like Twilight Saga. Did you catch yourself right there? That kills more careers than anything else. Yeah, eventually, Waffle Breaker. Can't really do that right now. Going through surgeries. Also, I've just been kind of in a different state of mind. I really can't really... I mean, I'll get there soon, but... I'm just in a kind of different state of mind. And I kind of just, like, want to focus on some other stuff right now. Like writing and stuff. Like, you know, I got, nothing wrong with... I mean, it's okay. I mean, I didn't, that's not what I meant, pre-thug. I didn't mean that. What I meant is that if you have that mindset that you think that something is trash, but other people like it, like, it's objectively good. Like, Twilight Saga is objectively good. People bought it. People read it. People are fans for it. Like, there's an entire fandom created about it. Now, you might not like it, but that doesn't mean it's bad. It doesn't mean it's trash. Like, I read some of the Twilight. I've seen the movies. I thought it was pretty good. I really enjoyed it. I don't think it's bad at all. I mean, yeah, a lot of people, but a lot of people is not everybody. You understand? Like, you have a very big market. Like, if there's like 8 billion people on the planet, 2 billion people might not like, and then let's say like 2 billion people speak English and you're an English writer. That's still like 2 billion people, right? So it's like, if 50% of people don't like something, that's still 1 billion people who do. So it's like, if you look at the bigger picture and statistics, you might not like something, and you might know a lot of people who don't like something, but if you look at the bigger picture, objectively, you're only a percentage. Well, no, I don't think that you should discount advice just because it's like, I think you have, like, you know, like we've talked about before, I feel like you have to find whatever works, and there is no cut and paste. Like you can't just, like, if it worked, everybody would be doing it. So it's like, you know, but that doesn't mean that you should discount advice that people give. I feel like that's the killer of a lot of people. A lot of people's ambition, and you know what people want out of life, is they discount things just because it's popular, and the only real reason to do something or to not do something is whether or not it works. And so just because it's popular doesn't mean it's good, but also just because it's unpopular doesn't mean it's bad. And also vice versa, it could be popular and good, but you might not like it. Like, some people don't like Twilight, and you might know a lot of people who don't, but that doesn't mean everybody doesn't like it. I thought it was pretty good. I'm not like a huge fangirl for it, but like, I thought it was pretty good. I don't know why people liked shitting on you know what? I feel like people, it's not that they hate Twilight, it's that they're addicted to shitting on Twilight. I think that's what it is. And I don't know why. Like, what, because they don't like vampires? Like, what? You can objectively criticize anything. I don't think... No, the thing is it's all subjective. You might think it's bad, but that doesn't mean it is bad. It just means that your criteria for good are different than others. So I don't think it's bad at all. I think it tells a really good story. I think it paints the picture of the characters. Some people might have, like, you know, object to the content, but you don't understand. It's a work of fiction. It like it's not real. There's vampires and werewolves. Like, it's not real, okay? It's like criticizing Star Wars for not being realistic enough. Like like come on, they're in outer space shooting lasers. Yeah, and you might not be the target audience. So I think the wrong attitude, I believe, is to think that, oh, well, I don't like it, so that must be stupid. I think that's like the worst possible attitude to have, especially if you're trying to start a business, and especially if you're trying to be a writer. I think you need to get yourself out of that mindset, because it's hurting you. Because you're being too judgmental. And I know obviously we all have our own like little biases, and we all have judgment. Obviously it's part of being human. But I do feel like every single time somebody starts thinking that way, it only hurts themselves. Like it's negative. Like you don't want to be negative, you want to be positive. You want to be like, oh, this book is this. This book is this. And like you could say you like it or not like it, but that's different than criticizing and shitting all over it just because you don't like it. And so many people online will do that. They'll see something and they say, oh, I don't like that, so that means anybody who likes it is a piece of shit. People will make fun of people who like anime. They'll say, oh, that's weeb shit. Like, come on, like, what the fuck? Like, does anybody like watching somebody who's always negative all the time? Like, I'm above that. Oh, that's stupid. Oh, you stupid weeb. Oh, it's like, come on, like, it's really not attractive at all. I don't know why so many people online, they'll be like, oh, I don't like that shit. Oh, that's stupid shit. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah, I don't know. I just I don't know every single book that was written. There's like hundreds of thousands of books written. I haven't read every single one of them. But like if I read a book, it's because I kept turning the page. Do you see how that works? Like if you didn't want to read it, then why did you read it? No, I didn't. That's not what I said, pre-thug. I said if you want to become an objective, like if you want to become successful, you have to stop limiting yourself. Because and also give things a chance. Because a lot of people have prejudice towards something. They'll see that, oh, all these people are cringe about Twilight. And it's not that and you have to ask yourself, do you have a bias because of that large group of people? That you look at those group of people and you want to fit in? And I'm not saying that, that might be the case or not. What I'm saying is that, like, if you want to, like, kind of, it's already hard enough to be successful in anything in this world. And if you're also limiting your own mind, like, if you're also, like, saying, oh, this is stupid, I'm not going to do that, I'm above that. Like it's already hard enough without limiting yourself, but you're limiting yourself even further. So it's like, your goal should be to be a writer, not to be a writer who doesn't do that kind of writing. Like, come on, like, write whatever you want to write. Like, if you don't want to write something, then don't write it. Don't shit on everybody who likes it. Like, just let people enjoy things. If somebody likes Twilight, what the fuck is it your business? Like, why is it your business if somebody likes it? Or, like, if somebody likes anime? Why is it your business if you don't like anime, that's one thing, but if somebody else likes it, it doesn't mean they're like a dumbass weeb. Like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, honestly. Yeah, like there's those people who say like, oh, sci-fi is only sci-fi if it's hard sci-fi. Or like, if it's only sci-fi if it's one-to-one to reality. And it's like, come on, like, it's fiction. Like, it's a giant freaking thing. You can do whatever you want. Now, whether or not people will like it or not, like, just remember, there's like 2 billion people who might speak your language. Or more or less, depending on the language. But if you speak English, I don't know. Let's look at the numbers. Number of English speakers in the world. $1.35 billion. So as an English writer, as a writer who writes in English, let's see, let's English readers. There's approximately 7.8 billion people. 1.35 billion of those speak English. Majority aren't native English speakers, though. Only 12% of the people in the world could read and write in 1820. Today the share is reversed. Only 14% of the world population in 2016 remained illiterate. So 86% of the world, so like 86%, like 86%, I would say like 1 billion. Let's just say 1 billion people out there can read English. That's 1 billion fucking people, okay? Like come on. There's somebody out there who's going to gravitate towards your thing. Yeah, I mean, if you enjoy reading, then keep reading. Like, I enjoy reading too, but I read on my own time. I believe, you know, I read as much as I can comfortably read. I don't force myself to read because I feel like my goal isn't to just read as much as possible, as fast as possible. I want to actually take it in. And so, like, right now, I'm reading a book, a history book about Victorian America. Specifically, my novel has some kind of steampunk Victorian kind of, not one-to-one, but, you know, because it's not traditional steampunk. It's kind of steampunk, cyberpunk crime. Like, it's a crime novel, essentially. But it's got fantasy sci-fi stuff in it. But, you know, like 1876 to 1915, like American history, like there's stuff about daily life of people and like the information about like, you know, the racism and stuff like that, you know, against like immigrants, particularly against Black and Chinese and Irish and Italian and, you know, all the immigrants that happened around, you know, during the Industrial Revolution, you know, all that kind of stuff. Like it's a great book. And it's going to help me become a better writer as well. But I also enjoy it because I like reading about history and understanding how we got to where we are now. Why care about genre label? Well, it's good for, like, you know, marketing a book. Like, you can say, oh, you know, oh, that's a sci-fi book. I might like it because you like to read generally sci-fi. Or you could say, oh, that's a fantasy. Oh, I might like it. Or, you know, oh, it's a mystery. Oh, I kind of like that kind of stuff. But in the end of the day, that's only for marketing. Like that's so you know, like, what you might like. And I think it's also a personal thing is that you should try just to read stuff that you normally don't. But at the same time, I do think it has a really important part of the whole process. I didn't say it's not fair to criticize. I didn't say it's... Okay, so it's not fair to criticize people for liking things. It's okay to criticize something, but not criticize somebody for... Like, oh, you like Twilight? You must be a dumbass piece of shit. Like, do you see how negative that is? Like, what the fuck? Some people don't realize why they like certain things, so they don't think critically. Well, that's their prerogative. That's not your business. You're not that person. Why are you spending so much of your life focusing on that person? Like, if you don't care about them, then why do you care about them so much? It's like the people who criticize Amaranth. Like, they're constantly, like, you know, harassing her. Or Pokimane. Or basically any woman streamer. Or any streamer in general. Like, if you don't like the content creator, why are you watching so much of their fucking content? Like, come on. Like, either watch them and enjoy it and be a positive member of the community, or get the fuck out. Like if somebody likes anime or someone likes Twilight, that's their own prerogative. It has nothing to do with you as a person. Like, why? And also, I think it just goes back to the thing. It's like you're complaining about the platform instead of doing your own business. Instead of doing your own part to rise above it. It's like, oh, you know, I can't be a writer today because everybody just wants trash like Twilight. Oh, that's an excuse. That's honestly, that's a motherfucking excuse. Because if you can't sell your books, it's not because people don't like that kind of writing. It's probably because you're not writing the kind of writing that people want to read. And so if you're trying to sell books, but people don't want to read it, and sell doesn't mean just monetarily. Sell means, hey, I read this book and I like it, and I'm going to recommend it to my friends. And so you could say that that's objectively good. If somebody reads something and they like it enough to share it with their friends, whether or not they actually pay money for it. So I think commercially viable is a good litmus test for if something's good. Because if something was bad, like if it was actually artistically bad, people wouldn't like it. And if people do like it, then they're just being contrary and esoteric. Like we don't care about those people, okay? Like, we care about big picture. You know, if there's 1 billion people on the planet who can read your book, and 1 million people don't like it, well, that's still 900 million people who might like it. So it's like, everybody's different. And even if a large amount of people don't like something, it doesn't mean it's bad. And that goes the same the other way around. So if a lot of people like something, it doesn't mean it's good. But like, you have to ask yourself, like, if a lot of people like something, there must be something about it that's good. Like, if it were bad, that many people wouldn't necessarily like it. And I don't know where people get this idea. Like, their reality, like the statistics, just do not line up with these people's opinions. Like, when people say, oh, you know, they only like it because they're dumbasses. You know, like what the fuck? Like, you're just like making sweeping judgments about a large amount of people just because they like something that you might not like. Like that's a very limiting mindset. And successful people do not always have, like, most people, I mean, there's successful people who do kind of have that mindset, obviously. But successful people do not think like that. Like, they think, how can I make the best writing that I can make? Like, they don't think, oh, you know, oh, that stupid writer, I'm better than them. And maybe that's good motivation, but I honestly don't think there's anything good that can come out of that. I think it's only going to limit you. And I just don't believe in limitations. I think it's hard enough without limiting yourself. Now, you should try out doing a genre that you don't want to do. You should try out doing a style that you don't want to do. Maybe you'll find that you can do it in a way that you will approve of. Because you're the one writing it, not somebody else. So if you want to do it in a style, if you want to make a Twilight, then go fucking make a Twilight. Okay, if you haven't made a Twilight, then you have no business criticizing Twilight. I don't think, in my opinion. Like, it's like, if you're not a famous streamer, why would you criticize a famous streamer? Like, you don't know what it's like to be a famous streamer. How would you know exactly what they're going through and how and like, you know, criticize, oh, you know, they're really just like what the fuck? Like, you are just a random viewer. Like, they have to live a life. They're a successful person who has to live a life that you know nothing about. There's stuff that happens off stream, you know, behind closed doors. You know, there's business stuff going on that most of us will never know. And even if we are in the business up with them, well, there's still stuff that happens in private. Like, it's business. Business is business, okay? Like, it's private. And so it's like, I think it's pretty humbling. Like, when you start thinking about things that way. And I think it unleashes a lot of potential that if you have a limited mindset, if you think that you're above something, like, I feel like that does nothing but limit you. Just like criticizing TikTok because you don't understand it. Oh, I don't get that. Oh, the young people. And it's like, not even all young people. In fact, the people say TikTok's for kids. The largest percentage of TikTok users are 18 to 24. And so people are like, oh, they're just like, teenagers, like 12-year-olds and 14-year-olds. Like, no, the vast majority of users on TikTok are like 18 to 30 or so. Let me look. Percentage of TikTok users age. 10 to 19 is 32.5%. Okay, so 20 to 29 is 29.5%. 30 to 39 is 16.4%. 40 to 49 is 39.9%. That means that 10 to 19 is only 32.5%, which means people 20 to 50 plus is 29.5 plus 16.4 plus 13.9 plus 7.1%. So that means like 67.5% 67.5% of the platform is above 19. So, like, anybody who criticizes TikTok, like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, you're objectively false. If you think that everybody who uses TikTok is only like 10 to 16 or whatever, like, you're objectively false. And it's just like, how many other things are you false about? You know, like, I feel like it's a very mind-opening experience when you start thinking about things objectively. When you start saying, okay, well, maybe that opinion I had was based on a lie. You know, maybe that opinion I had was based on something that was not based in actual data. Like when people seem to have opinions about trans people, like come on, like, there's actual, like, patients that have outcomes that are empirical. Like, the likelihood of somebody committing suicide without any support is much higher than somebody who's given support and who is able to transition in the way they need to. Based as fuck, gamer finger. Get that gamer finger. Yeah, I think you're much more likely to be successful if you just get over yourself. Like, honestly, like what Justin said. Oh, unless you're willing to write trash like Twilight Saga. Like, come on. Like, who are you to judge it? Like, have you written a Twilight Saga? Come on. Like, come on. Oh yeah, you know, I could write Twilight. I just don't want to. Like, no, that's. Like, be honest with yourself. Like, you have to be a good writer to make a Twilight Saga. And I think it's just, I don't like to think that way. I like to think more, what can I do? Not, oh, other people are preventing me. Like, no, like, those other people have nothing to do with you. Who are we to criticize? We're dumbasses is what we are. We're just dumbasses floating around. Oh, I don't like anime. So anybody who likes anime is a weeb. And they're stupid dumbass shits. I don't like anime. If you like anime, you're stupid. That music is perfect. Oh shit. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. God damn it. I hate it. I hate it when, like, I hate it when, like, I like tug on the cable, you know, like it's really scary. Like, I don't want to break my stuff, you know? Yeah, I mean, I like the Twilight. I like the movies. I read some of the book, and I thought it was a good book. Like, it's an opinion, you know, whether or not you like something. And I don't know why like, I still think it is. It's not that people think it's bad. I think it's just so many people are, it's like, it's popular to not like it. You know, like the only reason people don't like it is because it seems to be popular to criticize it. And it's like, I think people are, like, creating biases. And you know what's funny? Not funny, but, like, it's kind of fucked up. But the same thing goes with trans people. Like, people are so hypercritical of us. And I think it's because they just have all these preconceived notions in their head. And if they just, like, got over themselves and just, like, looked at us like we're people, which is who we are, I think they would be a lot fucking less critical of us. Like, I think they're just trying too hard to be critical. I should stream out in the great outdoors? I don't really have that kind of setup, but maybe one day. I mean, the whole... Okay, so... If you write a Twilight clone, you're probably not going to be successful just because it's a Twilight clone. But also, the whole nature of having unusual writing is that it's unusual. Do you understand? Like, if you write something that's different than everything, it's probably not going to do well as something that's not different. Like, that's what makes it unusual. But if you complain about not being able to sell your unusual writing, then I don't know what to tell you. Like if you're gonna write like really out there stuff that is just like experimenting, like using like incomplete sentences, misspelling things, like you're doing something weird, like you're using some unusual font, like you open up the book and there's like a leaf in it, like you open up the book and it sprays water in your face. Like, come on, like, if you're doing something really out there, like, don't expect it to sell as well as something that is tried and true. Like, that's not just with writing, though. That's with anything. And as much as people want to think that they're original, nothing is original. Like, there's a reason why certain things have mass appeal and why certain things don't. And, you could call it, like, good or bad. I just call it successful or unsuccessful. So if you do something that's very different, then it's not going to be as successful as something that's kind of more what people are used to. Because a lot of the times people are trying to do something because it's comfortable. They're like, oh, I like reading those kind of books. And it's like, as much as people, you could say that like, oh, but I'm an artist. I want to write this thing and I should just be, accepted as an artist. And it's like, okay, well, come on, dude. Oh, thanks for banning that person. Another bot trying to get followers and viewers. like, does anybody actually think that those work? They must be desperate. And I'm just saying, like, as much as you would like something to work, the only thing that determines whether it works or not is whether it works. And so, like, you can't buy followers. You can only get, like, people will come to you. Like, word of mouth is the most effective marketing. I don't think they work. Follow for follow doesn't work. Nothing like that works. And all of the freaking successful streamers will agree. And I know from experience because I've been streaming for like 2.5 years. And I tried the whole follow for follow thing. Like, think about it. Like, don't even look at like what other people say. Break down the logic. Think about it. If you tell somebody to follow you because you'll follow them back, that means that you're going to that person with the specific goal of just getting them to follow you. And so that means that you're going to that person with a specific, like, are you actually going to watch this person? So it's like the way to get viewers and followers is, hey, I found this YouTube channel of somebody. I really like what kind of content they make. Oh, it looks like they also do a Twitch stream. Let me go check that out because I really like what this person creates. And like that, in the end of the day, in the end of the day, don't answer that question. In the end of the day, like word of mouth is what's going to get you out there, because like somebody says, oh, I recommend this author, I recommend this YouTuber, I recommend this, whatever. Because like someone says, oh, cool, I'll check it out. And then they check it out and they're like, oh, I like it, or oh, I don't really like it. Yeah, it's pretty rotten. It's a place for all the right-wing people to like think that they're relevant. And if you really think about it, like, as angry and as loud as they are, they're a very small percentage of people, and it helps me cope a little bit, and like actual cope, like not copium, because like I said, once you start looking at percentages and you start putting things in perspective, it really changes how you think about things. Like, if only like 10% of people out of everybody end up hating you, that's still 90% of people who don't. Or I mean, usually it's 10, 10, 80. So 10% of people will really believe in everything that you do. 10% will hate you no matter what you do. And 80% of people are kind of like neutral. And so if like a billion people, you know, like if there's a billion people out there, like a good amount of people are going to hate you, but most likely a lot more people are just going to feel neutral about you. And in fact, a lot more people are probably going to like you. So it's like, I don't know, it really helps. Like, as much as like we don't want to admit to ourselves that like things are about popularity, like it's not really what you think. Like, popularity is not what you think. That's the thing, is that you think that it's this negative thing, but that's a you problem. Like, you think that writing a Twilight makes you a bad author or a sellout, but that's because you have all these ideas in your own head about what it is. And you have to get rid of those and start rising above it. And that's what successful people do. I mean, you could do that too. No one's going to stop you. And obviously no one's going to stop you from being a negative person either. But I'm just saying, if you really want to be successful, it's hard enough without limiting yourself. Like, I'm not limiting myself. And it's still almost impossible, okay? Like it's hard enough without having these like toxic beliefs about things. Just because you don't you have this idea in your own head about what something actually is. But you are not informed enough to know what that thing is. You don't know what it's like to be an author of Twilight. like you don't know what it's like to be a famous streamer. So it's like, if you criticize something or you refuse to do something because of some idea you have in your head, like, you know, like, give things a chance. And I feel like you start enjoying life a lot more once you start giving yourself a chance. And I think most of the time people care more about what other people think. They're like, oh, what will people think if they find out that I read Twilight? Like, what will people think if they found out that I watched this kind of porn or whatever? Like, like what will people think? Like, come on, stop caring about what people think. Like, people are like, oh, I watch anime. Oh, my friends can't find out I watch anime because they'll make fun of me. Like, care about the thing, not about what people might think about the thing. Like, if your friends are gonna make fun of you for liking anime, like, in obviously in a joking way, there's a limit, but like, at some point it becomes toxic. And so, like, you should probably rethink your friends if they're gonna judge you for liking Naruto or for liking Twilight. I feel like you should only care what people think in as much as like very specific avenues. Like, you should care what people think if your goal is to like, I want people's opinion about my writing. Like, that's a very narrow place. Like, that, like, you want people to know what you think because you asked them for a very specific outcome so that you could have information. But like, if you care what people think, like, oh, I'm not going to do this thing because my friends might make fun of me for it, like, that's a very negative thing. And it's like, well, maybe you should rethink your friends. Or maybe your friends aren't going to judge you in the way that you think they will. Maybe you just spend too much time on the internet in certain circles that gives you a skewed idea of what reality is. And this is the same thing with people who are on political spectrums. People on the left and the right. They spend all their time in a little teeny echo chamber. And they don't realize that there's a much larger world out there, and not everybody is like this. Like, there's a whole giant spectrum of people out there. Well, being successful is selling more books. It doesn't matter about whether or not I'm not saying, when I say successful or when I say like selling doesn't necessarily, you could sell it for free. But if you only have 10 people buy it for free, or if you have 1 million people buy it for free, that should probably be a good indicator whether or not you have something successful or not. And if it's not, then I don't know what to tell you. Because if you think that something's successful because you think it is, I mean, I feel like that's a limited way of thinking. And I honestly think, like, we have to be a lot more objective with ourselves and our ability. Like, you can think that you're good, but if nobody else thinks you're good, then maybe you're not. And obviously, at a certain point, you kind of have to have faith in yourself, and you should always have faith in yourself, but never think that you're better just because you think you are. You can think you're better in spite of what, like, you know, because there's always more people to have opinions. And at the end of the day, you know, you have to have some kind of, like, self-drive. Like, you know, I may not be successful right now, but I have faith in myself to continually get better and improve. But if you just stick yourself into a little narrow way of thinking and you don't make any changes whatsoever when you've gotten significant amounts of data, and you just say, oh, well, they're all just wrong. Well, then you have to ask yourself, like, are you really, like, good at what you do if despite, like, myriad amount of data saying the opposite, that you think that you're better than everyone else, but they're just stupid? Like, that's a really negative way of thinking. Or you could say, I'm going to do the best I can, and I'm going to use and I'm going to ask people for feedback, and I'm going to use that feedback as necessary to improve my ability. Doesn't that sound like a much healthier way of approaching things than, oh, well, I'm good, they're just stupid. I'm good, they just don't know what they're talking about. And if you say that all the time, you have to really ask yourself, like, what the reality is. Like, and I'm not saying you personally, obviously. I'm just saying that these people who have this mindset is that everybody else is wrong and you're right. And they're only wrong because they're stupid, and only if they were smarter they would like what you do. And, like, no, like, you can't please everybody. Not everybody's gonna buy your book. Okay? 400,000 copies is pretty good. Like I've said, I'm not saying about pay. When I say successful or when I say selling, I mean the fact that people read it. Like, you could sell it for free. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's not about whether or not that's a different thing. Whether or not you make it as a business. Like, if you make money off of it, if you make a living off of it, that's different. Okay, what I'm saying is that if you have word of mouth, if people read your book and recommend it to people, like, that's selling. Like, if we lived in a world where we didn't need money, you would still need to sell things, because people will pick something over another thing. So if you want people to buy, quote unquote, your things, like, that's still the same model. Like, whether or not you get money for it is a different thing. Can you do a backflip? No. I can't even really. I mean, I'm still, like, recovering from a surgery, so it's. But even then, even if I wasn't, I still can't. I'm sorry. See, I objectively can't do a backflip. You see how I'm not making excuses? Oh, you know, I could do a backflip, but I just don't want to. Like, no. Yeah, you know, like, you're not gonna be perfect. You're not gonna be successful with everything, and I think that's okay. Like, you know, it doesn't make or break you. There's always gonna be more opportunities, and I firmly believe that, and I have to, because my I'm not very popular, and I've created a very, I don't know if I've created a bad image, but I kind of have a bad reputation. Maybe not. Maybe I literally don't know. I think that I might have a bad reputation. Maybe I'm perfectly fine. In fact, maybe I have a good reputation. I just don't have enough numbers yet to know. So it's like there's something called, like I have this idea of what things are, but that's not necessarily what they are. Like, the only thing that matters is objective truth. So like I said about TikTok, only 32% of the people who use it are 10 to 19. The rest of the population That's like 70%. 70% of the population on TikTok is above 19. Yeah, but I mean, I don't really want their attention. They're fucking, I don't know why they, see, if they hate me so much, why do they keep showing up? I don't understand. Like, why don't they go do something else? Why don't they go jack each other off? Like, I mean, they know they want to. Hey, Alina, are you a transformer? Yeah, I turn into cars. Yeah, I mean, maybe some of them are not bad people, but maybe they changed their mind and they stopped hanging out with that guy. I don't know. Who knows? I don't care. It's not really something I can control. I mean, it's just, you know, how you're received is just how you're received. But, you know, like, that is a very small percentage of people compared to the rest of the population. So I need to think less about, oh, you know, I shouldn't try to be a content creator. I shouldn't try to be a writer because 10 people don't like me. Like, come on. Like, in the grand scheme of things, that Frank Hassel guy is like a small little cockroach. Okay? Like, think about it. Okay, he's minuscule. He's not even really accepted in his, like, alt-right community. Like, he's like the bottom of the bottom in the alt-right. Like, even within, like, his people. Like, seriously, like, that guy is meaningless. So why should I care about what his fans think? And they're just bigoted, hateful people, you know? So it's like, I care about decent people. And there's a lot more people out there than just like Frank Hassel and his bullshit followers that circle jerk each other. And just because I don't have those followers yet doesn't mean I will never have them. Okay? Like, I don't know why people are so stuck in like this way of thinking that like, oh, you're never gonna be successful. You're wasting your time. You're just an idiot. You're stupid and you're ugly and you're stupid. It's like, come on, dude. Like, go live your own fucking life. If like, really, I kind of feel bad for these kind of people. Like, all they do is just criticize people for being different. Like, I really don't understand it. No, I didn't want to do that. These are not people that I want following. I don't want to cater to these people. Do you understand what I was talking about? Like, at all? Like, I don't want to please these fucking cockroaches. Like no, I'm gonna fucking kill them. Like, stomp them out. Like, not like kill them. Like, I meant like get rid of them. Like, not have them on my stream or my content. Like, I don't know why they keep coming back. They're fucking cockroaches. Like, if they hate me so much, why are they coming back? I don't get it. Like they I pity them. Their lives are so disgusting and pitiful that all they can do is harass people on the internet. Like, come on. I don't want to stir up drama with these people. Like, I don't want, like, I'm like fuck, like, these are the same people who are like obsessed with Chris Chan. I don't want to cater to these people. They're cockroaches. I want to cater to decent people. And in fact, I don't want to cater to anyone. I'm just going to do my thing, and I'm going to do my best to be a positive person who's like trying to lift people up and not like tear people down. And I don't know how I would have stirred up drama anyway. Like, what the fuck? No, like, I don't want these people to be focused on me. Like, I want to let that fucking fandom die. Like, if they want to be fans of me, that's good. But if they want to be fans of me so that they can harass me, I'm not gonna cater to that. Like, if I can convert them into regular viewers, if they're gonna be decent people, then that's a good thing. Because I don't want people being stuck in that cockroach land. But I'm not gonna. In the end of the day, I'm not in charge of them. That's their own shit. And there are such a small percentage of the overall internet population, I should not care any iota what these people think. They're like the smallest of populations on the internet. And so the fact of the matter is, though, is I'm a very small content creator, and the only people who follow me are these people. And so when the only people who follow you, they're going to seem, is a small amount of people, they're going to seem like a large amount of people. They're going to seem louder than they really are. But as soon as you start getting regular people coming in, they get quieter and quieter and quieter. And they might think that they can be louder, but really, they're going to get drowned out by, the people who actually support me. And I don't know, decent people. Starting to get warm in here. Get some air. I can't believe I've actually been standing for 3.5 hours. That's like unheard of for me. I'm getting some exercise. That's good. And that's why I stream, is so that I can get stuff so that I can work on stuff in my own life. So that I can have motivation, so I can actually work on things. And, there's a lot of deluded people out there, a lot of very delusional people out there who think that they can just hit the start streaming button and that they'll grow. And that, like I said, that's why people from Kiwi farms and stuff found me, is because they scour the internet for people who are vulnerable, for people who have very low amount of viewers, so that they think that their only viewers are only going to be those negative people, and they want people to quit. They want people they want us to kill ourselves. They're fucking disgusting cockroaches, okay? These people unironically want trans people to kill ourselves. They're absolutely terrible, disgusting people. Objectively. If you want somebody to end their own life, I don't know how to help you. You're just a broken person. And I want you to get help. That is disgusting. That you could wish that kind of stuff, that kind of hate on somebody else. It's absolutely disgusting. And, but I can't help you. Okay? You need professional help. An actual doctor. If you go on the internet and you think that, that you have the right to do that. The fact that you want that, what the fuck? I don't think there's a lot of hateful people. Like I said, I think it seems that way because they get very loud. And especially, like I said, they prey upon people who have like 0 viewers. Because then it's like, oh, well, the only people coming to me are these nasty people. I should probably just give up. And it's like, yeah, there's going to be nasty people. But again, there's 1.35 billion English speakers. And that's just English speakers alone. Like, think about it. 1.35 billion. So if 100 people show up to your stream and hate you, just like put that in perspective to the rest of the population. And in fact, that's the total population. So even if every single person on the internet hated you, that's still not the entire population. Because there's a lot of people who don't even have a computer. Like, do you understand how this works? Like, there are a lot of people out there. And there's somebody who likes you. Like, there's somebody who wants to see you. Who wants to see your content. Who wants to see what you have. And it doesn't mean that you should just give up on trying to improve, obviously. Like, I don't want to just sit here and do nothing. I want to try to improve my life, which is exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't think any one of us knows how it works. I don't think anybody knows how it works. But, like, it kind of puts things in perspective when you look at the numbers. When you start looking at percentages. And you start realizing that, hey, like, those 100 people out there who are constantly hating on you, those people out there who think that they're the top shit, these people who think that their opinions matter, people who want you to kill yourself, like, that's 100 people out of 1.35 billion. I don't even know what percent. Okay, so 1 out of 1 out of every, like, 10 million. 1 out of every 10 million. That's one person. For every 10 million people, there's one person who hates you. If that's the case. If you have 100 people out there who hate you, that means there's only 1 in every 10 million people who hate you. Like, that might put things in perspective. Now, most of these people probably, 80% of these people are probably never going to know you exist. That means, like, 10% of people are going to really like you, 10% are going to hate you, and then 80% are kind of like either neutral or they might like you. I don't know. Or they might hate you. Yeah, obviously, but, obviously it's more than I'd prefer, but you can't have 100% of people. Like, there's always going to be somebody out there who just doesn't like you. And whether it's personal or whether it's just because they just don't like people in general. Like put things in perspective a little bit. Just a little bit, Getting some blood flowing. Standing up and doing the stream here with you guys. Got more space to move around. Being all active and positive. See, this is me. Like, this is the kind of person I am. I don't like being all, I hate everything. I'm gonna give up. Like, I hate that. That's why it hurts so much when I get in that depressed state. My natural state is very outgoing. And, it just sucks because people don't understand a lot of the times about introvert and extrovert. I'm an extrovert. Like, I want to be a part of the world. I like working with people. I like being active in my life and working with people. And I get charged by working with people. But I'm autistic. And so, like, a lot of the stuff that hurts me is trying to put myself in a situation that it's going to tax me. So it basically, in effect, it makes me introverted, but I hate it. I hate being introverted. So it's a really, like, a nightmare. Like, that's why I'm trying to, but the thing is being autistic doesn't mean I can't. It means that I have to find a different path. It means that like normally people just go straight to that. You know, like their brain is wired so that they can go straight to that. Now, whether or not they go straight to that, they might not want to go to that. That's a different thing. But for me, I want to go here, but I have to go like this to get here. Like every single time I want to do something that is affected by my autism, like I have to go additional steps just to get there. But I can still get there, and I have. And so the more success I have with getting myself to places that are difficult for me to get to, the more confidence I have in myself to get more things to that point. It's a superpower in the sense that in some ways, because my brain is wired differently, meaning that certain things are a little bit easier for me to do, but it means that other things are extremely difficult for me to do. Things like getting a job, things like going out and interacting with the world in a way that I want to, because the world is not set up for a person who has my brain wiring. But having wiring is not the same. Like I am only disabled because the world has made me disabled. But I can get there. I shouldn't have to, but it's the reality. Is that in order to function in the world, not really because of anybody else's definition, but because I want to interact with the world in order to be happy. That means that I have to train my brain to get to these things because I want it. I want to be able to go out and make friends. I want to be able to interact and work with people. I want to achieve things that are very social. But I have social blindness, and I have to learn how to work around that. It's like learning Braille, but for social situations. Like I have to learn Braille, but it's not like the same as like being blind. It's not the same as being deaf. It's being socially blind. To the way the world is set up, it's not set up for me. And from the outside perspective, it looks like I'm a failure. It looks like I'm lazy. But like, I'm not lazy. My brain works differently. And so I have to do all these extra things just to get the things that other people don't really have to do that with. They can just go straight there. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Lots of people, autistic people, get a job. But what I'm saying is that you have to go through all these extra steps to get there. And I have only been working on that for 2 years. Okay, like, do you understand? Like, it takes a lot more work to get there. And I don't want to argue this. So, like, this is just a fact. Like, a lot of autistic people are discriminated against or harassed because of this belief that we're just lazy. And it's hard because it's very invisible. It's not something that you can just point at and say, that's autistic. Because it's literally invisible. You could look at me and I don't look autistic unless I'm actively having a meltdown. Gamers are described. Okay, so the thing is gaming is a lifestyle. Autistic is just who I am. Like, I have an autistic brain. Like, being a gamer is not something that you're born with. Like, that's a lifestyle. So if you're a gamer, like, you can say, oh, you're just gaming all the time. If you're not autistic, then that's a choice that you make. And it's a choice you make even if you're autistic. So it has nothing to do with whether you're autistic or not. But you are autistic or you are neurotypical. Like, it's not something that has to do with your actions. Like, whatever you do in the real world, if you play video games all day, it's because you want to play video games all day. And now if you're autistic, you might be playing video games because it helps you self-soothe. It might help you understand the world better, which is why I went to video games, was because it helped me cope with the fact that I could not fit in the social world. And so I went, and that's why I really don't play video games anymore. And if I do, it's for a different reason. It's because I enjoy it. It's not because I'm trying to escape. if that makes any sense. So any number of people, whether they're autistic or not, because we're all people. I'm a person, I'm just autistic. Like I said, we can still get to that point, but I have to, and not because of choice, because a person who's a gamer but is choosing to go like this and avoid this, that is the same. Like, you can still get to that point. Now, some people are actually physically limited by certain things, and they can't get to this point, but you can redefine what your points are. Like, you can say, oh, you can never walk. Okay, well then walking is not a good idea, but if you redefine what walking is, maybe you can say walking is being in a wheelchair. So now you can walk, but that's because you redefined it. But I mean, if you're making a conscious choice to avoid getting to point B, that is different. And that's what people see when they look at autistic people who are doing the same thing. Because they see us, like, if we, like me, I ended up getting into video games. If they see us doing that, they think we're just trying to avoid B. But it's because it takes significantly amount more steps for me to get to point B. And so I'm stuck. And it's taken a lot of work. It's taken years of work just to get to where I am today. Right, but that's proving what I just said. I said you have to redefine it. It does count as walking if you define it as walking. So why does the rest of the world say you have to walk with your legs? Why can't you walk with a wheelchair? Why is that not seen as equally as viable? Why is it seen as less? Shouldn't you be allowed to live your life? If you have to live in a wheelchair, it's not a matter of want. If you are in a wheelchair, it's because you have to be in a wheelchair. So, but the society is set up for you to have to use your legs. Why is society set up in a way where you cannot also exist as being able to exist in a wheelchair? And that's basically the kind of thing that I'm saying. So, like, people who are like, the world is the thing that needs to change. It needs to change their definitions of what abled and disabled is. The reason I'm disabled is not because I'm autistic. The reason I'm disabled is because the world wants me to fit all these categories that I either can't or can get to with significant amount of trauma and work. Success is achieving the things that you set out to do. So if you set out to go for a walk, if we get away from the wheelchair example, if you redefine what walk means, like, you can walk in a wheelchair. Like, that can be seen socially as the same thing, if only we change our definitions. If you say, oh, well, you're not walking with your legs, oh, that means that you're disabled. You're only disabled because the world made that disabled. If the world was set up where people in wheelchairs had the exact same kind of acceptance and the exact same kind of access, like if you add wheelchair ramps, if you design the world in a way where people who don't have access to being able to walk with their legs are able to succeed in the world, they're no longer disabled. They're only disabled because the world says we're disabled. And that's kind of where that is right now. Like, with anybody who's disabled, like whether you're physically disabled, mentally disabled, or because you're wired differently, like you have a neurological disorder, like me, because I'm neurodivergent, because my brain is just set up in a different way. That makes me, but I am not disabled. The world says I'm disabled. But if the world changed, I would no longer be disabled. So success is different. So if I'm successful, me being able to start my stream and sit here and talk and stand here, now because I have my standing desk converter, stand here for 3 hours and 47 minutes talking. That is success because I achieved what I set out to do. Now, if you want to define success as like making a living doing something, then I haven't done that. But success is something that you have to define on a case-by-case basis, and there's different levels. So like me being able to get up out of bed and doing something is success for me. Now it's on a, you can't compare yourself to others. Other people are going to have a different metric for success. Exactly, you're a very successful pizza eater if you eat pizzas. But people get it confused. They confuse doing the activity with getting external rewards for that activity. Those are two separate things. So you can be successful at eating pizza, but can you be successful at being the person who eats the most pizza the fastest? That's a world, like set the world record for amount of pizza eaten. Like those are two different things. So you can be successful in one thing, but not be successful in other thing related to that thing. Like, so if you want to be a successful author and you define your success as completing your novels, then you are a successful author. But if you define your success as somebody who sells a certain who makes a living on selling their novels, that's a different metric. Like that's a completely different thing. And so like I feel like treating everything as different things. That you can be successful in some areas and not successful in others, and that's okay. It doesn't make you an inferior person. And these are things I've had to learn because I have this negative self-talk. And I'll constantly like tell myself that like I'm a failure. And that's false because I have succeeded in some things. I got myself SSI. I got myself into therapy. I started my transition after 13 years of denying it to myself. I've been working with my doctors. I've been getting healthy, working on my diabetes. These are things that I have literally done. They are factually true. I have succeeded, but I haven't succeeded in other areas that I can but if I have succeeded here, I might be able to eventually succeed in the other areas. I feel so much more active, like seriously, like so much more active, like being able to like stand. This cable worked better. I think I broke this cable. Not broke it, but I think it's like it changed it a little bit. Okay, no, I don't think that's the case, but I do think this one's better. Because I kind of like bumped it too many times. Yeah, I'm just trying to, trying to like. So I thought I was going to. I thought today was Friday. Oh no, today I have a 3:10 appointment. Okay, so I still have my 3:10 appointment, just not. So we have a couple hours. Okay, for some reason I was confused. I thought today was Friday. Earlier, when I started the stream. Yeah, so we got about 2 hours. And I don't really have any like I do want to get some writing done, but I never put like so much pressure on myself. The fact that I'm thinking about it. In fact, I had my case manager, who's not going to be my case manager soon, but she's going to switch over to a new person who she's trained, and is going to help, that transition as easy as possible. But, she would tell me, even if all you do, like for paperwork, for example, because I have a hard time with paperwork, but like I said, getting to that point B, in order to get to that point B, even just looking at the paperwork for a few minutes and then putting it away. As much as that sounds weird, because my whole life I've had people say, oh, why don't you just do it? Why don't you just do it? And it's like, that's never been effective. It's just made me feel shitty about myself. It's made it even harder to do it. And so it's like, for the longest time, I had people abusing me. Just continually harassing me for not matching what they want me to do. And so, ironically, them pressuring me made it even harder to get there. And I kept telling them, like, leave me the fuck alone. Like, let me do it. Like, in my own time frame. But it's not fast enough for them. But then I finally, started working on myself and working with people who actually care about me, and work with, doctors and stuff. And, it's like, you start realizing, there's a path towards getting there that is okay for me to do, and stop judging myself for not being able to do perfectly. For example, cleaning up my stuff. I can't really clean it. I don't think you guys understand. I have a very limited amount of space. And plus, there's a lot of things that are just, I don't really need to clean it. Why do I need to clean it? I have so many other things I need to do in my life. Cleaning this will, as much as I'd want to have it more organized, I have a limited amount of space, and this is all my stuff. And it's not really gonna do anything. It's just gonna look nicer. What? There's other things that are higher on my priority than cleaning or making this look nicer. Seriously. I have a whole life that I need to live, and somebody telling me that I need to do it right now. You need to do it right now. I have a whole list of things I need to do. Okay? And I'm doing that in my own time. I have a list, and just because because people don't think that I'm doing that list doesn't mean that I'm not. So I'm doing this list. It's just not the list you want me to do. If that makes any sense. All right. Yeah. I think 4 hours. I think 4 hours is a good time to end the stream. I at least get started about what I see. I think what people need to understand is that for me, just getting the stuff situated into a situation where it's more likely that I will do the activity is a very important thing for me to do, me personally. So setting up the fact that I have a stream, starting the stream, doing the stream, it's more likely that I'm going to do the things that I set out to do in the stream. Doesn't mean I will. But you know, the fact of the matter is I don't have any requirements for the stream because I am not a successful streamer. Okay, so when I do a stream, I'm doing it for me. And that's very different than if I was doing the stream for like a sponsor. Because honestly, I don't have the viewership for that to happen. And if I did, I would never take a sponsor. I have like 0 viewers. So I would be very suspect. I'd be very suspicious of somebody who wants me to sponsor or who wants to sponsor me. Because like who am I selling it to? Like I don't have 10,000 viewers. Like if I had 10,000 viewers, I would be doing a very different approach to my stream. Like I would actually try to be entertaining. I would actually be doing something. But so the reason I'm streaming, it changed that change in mindset really helped me. Is that when I start a stream, it's because I'm trying to improve my life. And so just setting up an environment where where I'm more likely to do something is a huge step that has continuously and consistently worked in improving my life. Is just creating an environment, making little teeny tiny steps at a time. And you can never get there if you don't make those steps. If all you do is criticize yourself. And you know, at first it was people in my life who would do this, but then I ended up doing it to myself. Is continually pressure myself and punish myself because I can't do it the way as fast as they wanted me to or in the way that they wanted me to. So instead, I can stop doing that, I was never going to get anywhere because I was just beating myself up and feeling bad about it. But instead, I can say, oh, you know what? This isn't perfect, but this is what is leading me to being able to do it. And it's infinitely better than just feeling sorry for myself. And as many people out there might feel like I'm wasting my time or that I'm like not utilizing my time as effectively, it's like, obviously I could be using my time effectively. Don't you think I would be doing it if I could? I have to work my way up to that before I can even start doing that. So it's like, it's really difficult for people to understand autism. Like, I honestly don't know how, people are frustrated. There's autistic people there who are perfectly capable people, but because society wants you to be a certain way, they're not able to reach their potential. Where if they were given opportunities and were allowed time and freedom to get to that point, they would probably achieve better than most people. But because society says, oh, you have to do it this way. You can only do it this way. If you do it any other way, we're not even going to give you an opportunity. We're just going to fire you. We're just going to take away all your chances at being successful. Instead of actually saying, hey, you know what? This isn't perfect. Let's we can't have you up here at this critical moment just yet. Maybe we're going to put you here at this less critical moment so that you can have a little bit more flexibility. And then you work your way up to that. Instead of just being denied 100% access to this because everybody else is hard enough getting there, but they're like, oh, it's competitive. It's a competitive market. You have to be able to get this job. You have to be competitive. And it's already hard enough for people, but people can go like straight to it. Where I have to go like this and kind of like go backwards a little bit and go and then I get it. But in order to get there in the first place, I have to be able to reach these little milestones. And I can never reach these milestones if I'm not given any opportunities closely related to this thing. And so I know that it's really hard for people to understand, but I'm only unsuccessful because people don't like how I achieve success. And if that definition changed, I would be a lot more capable than the world allows me to. And it's not because I'm lazy. It's not because I'm not trying hard enough or because I refuse to try. It's the opposite. I am literally trying 10, 20, 50 times harder than most people just to be where I am today. And so like it's really difficult for people to understand how autism works. But I am getting there, and I am creating my environment. I am actually working on my writing, I don't do it all on stream. I work on my novel off stream, of course. My short stories, I do want to be able to write all my short stories on stream. I really like the idea of doing that, and I'm going to be publishing it to my blog. But I have to actually like put myself in a situation where I am going to be in the mindset of actually creating that, and that might take time, but I can still do it, and I can't finish if I don't start. Anyway, see you guys. Bye bye.